Mr. President, I move that the Senate caucuses in room 110 right now for approximately the next hour.
You don't have to move it.
I thought I would ask nicely. Senators, everyone, please head to room W110 so we can have a full Senate caucus. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senate will stand at ease to the sound of the gavel. Oh, we'll do a quick privilege of the floor for Senator Smith.
Privilege of the floor, Mr. President. I'd like to just give a quick shout out to a really good friend of mine, Jeff Standout. This is Jeff Stone. He served 34 years as the CTE director for Laramie County School District number 1, and he's the best neighbor anybody could ask for. We want to welcome you.
Welcome to the Senate. All right, Senators, we'll see you downstairs. Senate will come back to order. Senator Case, I'm going to assign some enrolled acts. Senate Enrolled Act number 73.
Senate Enrolled Act number 73, being original Senate File 174, Constitutional Apportionment of Legislators, an act relating to state legislative districts.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 73, being original Senate File 174. I'm so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 74.
Senate Enrolled Act number 74, being original Senate File 166, Political Party Formation Amendments, an act relating to elections.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 74, being original Senate File 166. I'm so signed. Senator Pearson, was that your bill? Congratulations. Senate Enrolled Act number 75.
Senate Enrolled Act number 75, being original Senate File 165, Cancellation of Registration Notice Amendments, an act relating to elections.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 75, being original Senate File 165. I'm so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 76.
Senate Enrolled Act number 76, being original Senate File 108, Recreation Safety Agritourism, an act relating to recreation safety.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 76, being original Senate File 108. I'm so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 77.
Senate Enrolled Act number 77, being original Senate File 57, 911 Service Reporting, an act relating to emergency telephone service.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 77, being original Senate File 57. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 78.
Senate Enrolled Act number 78, being original Senate File 53, Trademarks and Trade Names Administrative Cancellation, an act relating to trade and commerce.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 78, being original Senate File 53. I'm so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 79.
Senate Enrolled Act number 79, being original Senate File 38, Performance Compensation Investment Performance Amendment, an act relating to the administration of the government.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 79, being original Senate File 38. I'm so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 80.
Senate Enrolled Act number 80, being original Senate File 10, Settlement Agreements for Minors, Parental Authorization, an act relating to children.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 80, being original Senate File number 10. I'm so signed. And Senate Joint Resolution number 2, enrolled.
Senate Joint Resolution 2, being original Senate Joint Resolution 4, Resolution on Commercial-Based Load Power Generation, a joint resolution requesting the government concentrate on promoting stable dispatchable baseload power sources from Wyoming in lieu of taxpayer-subsidized commercial wind and solar-generated power.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Joint Resolution, I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Joint Resolution number 2, being an original Joint Resolution number 4. I'm so signed. confirmation of appointments. Thanks. I aim to please, Senator Case. And this thing has a sweet spot right about there. It sounds pretty good. We are at that order of business, Senate confirmation of appointments. Madam Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into open executive session.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. Will the reading clerk please read the entire list of nominees to Wyoming's boards, commissions, and agency director positions?
Aeronautics Commission, William F. DeVore. Agriculture and Natural Resources Mediation Board, Thomas Lee. Arts Council, Jason Sjogren, Sharon Dynack, Marianne Vinich, Kurt Haas. Barber Examiners Board, Jorge Angel Maldonado. Business Council, Derek Smith, Joe Schaefer, Melissa Atkinson, Bruce Pivick, Elizabeth Worthen, Rachel Chatterton, Cassandra Crumpton, Randy Downham, Jason Nelson. Children's Trust Fund Board, Charles Kratz, Tiffany Hunt, Jacqueline White, Lisa Weigel. Community College Commission, Megan Overman Getz, Ronald Wild, Wayne Deal. Community Development Authority, Stacy Nelson. Cultural Trust Fund Board, Brian Bove, Kat Urbakite. Dental Examiners Board, Brian Cook, Jeremy Hill. Education State Board, Lisa Williams, Casey Tillard. Energy Resources Council, Chad Tepley, David Emery, Bill Miller, Peter Gottfried. Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission, Chad Brister, Paul Ulrich. Environmental Quality Council, Stanley Blake, J.D. Radakovich. Equalization Board, E. Jane Bockler. Game and Fish Commission, William Mai, Carlisle Fonzie Haskell. Gating Commission, Paul Cactus Cavello, Roger Torgerson. Geological Survey Board, Benjamin Schiffer, Caroline Hayes. Industrial Siting Council, James Miller, Rob Spence. Judicial Conduct and Ethics, Harmon Davis II, Nicholas Bellock. Livestock Board, David Julian, Lindsay Wood. Medicine Board, Aubrey Tabb, Natalie Winter, Fred Baldwin. Mental Health Professions Licensing Board, Camellia L. Antable, Darcy Weishart. Mining Council, Derek Perius, Clint Hofflin, Dylan Banks. Occupational Health and Safety Commission, Franklin Monty Paddleford. Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, Wayne True. Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Account Board, Jeremiah Riemann, Matthew Burkhart, Mark Lyon, Lucas Torgelson, Wesley Allen, Caitlin Ford, Rachel Spear, Shauna Reichert, Michael Jones. Outfitters and Professional Guides, Jeffrey Smith, Joseph Candilas. Parole, Scott Wanzer, Kathy Wright. Pharmacy, Latasha Williamson, William Jackson, Jenna Skazafava, Jesse Curtis. Psychology Board, Stephen Nelson, Sarah Wirtz. Public Service Commission, Christopher Price. Real Estate Commission, Max Minnick III. Retirement System Board, Jeremy Smith. Richard Austin Hinchy, Dan Noble. School Facilities Commission, Joni Kashelhofer. Tourism Board, Carissa Hawes, Kenneth Barkey. Janisa Meredith. Transportation Commission, Marlo Sherbel. Unemployment Insurance Commission, Kelly Brink. UW Board of Trustees, Bradley Bonner, Bradley LaCroix. Thomas Walters, Michael Greer, Paul Ulrich. Veterinary Medicine, Michael Meebar. Water Development Commission, Ronald Cayley, Leonard Craig, Robert Coma, Lisa Anselmi Dalton, Ronald Vore. Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Account, Michael Massey, Donald Schramm, Stephen Meadows, Henry Heitreck. Agency Directors, Chief Information Officer, Jeffrey Kleins. Game and Fish Department, Angela Bruce. State Lands and Investment, Stacia Berry. State Mine Inspector, Heather Krupa. State Public Defender, Brandon Booth. Workforce Services, Elizabeth Gagan.
Thank you, Randy. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the governor's appointments as read, and that the Senate vote collectively as a consent list consisting of all appointments.
Thank you. Does any member wish to remove any name from the consent list? Senator Case.
Yes, Mr. President, would you remove Bill Miller from the Energy Resource Council? Thank you, sir.
Bill Miller has been removed from the consent list. Energy Resource Council. Oh, sorry, Senator Brennan? Couldn't see over the bottle of whiskey sitting there, which I'm surprised is still there.
Mr. President, I would ask to remove Christopher Price from the Public Service Commission off the consent list. That's it, Petrie, sorry. I didn't have my last.
Christopher
Petrie.
Petrie from the Public Service Commission has been removed from the consent list. Any others? Senator Guru.
Yes, Mr. President. Fred Baldwin from the Medical Commission.
Fred Baldwin. What commission?
The Medical Board, I can't remember the name of it.
Some
Sorry.
board?
Yeah, Medical Board.
Medical board. Fred Baldwin has been removed from the consent list. Any others? Okay. Following names have been removed from the consent list: Bill Miller, Energy Resource Council; Christopher Petrie, Public Service Commission; and Fred Baldwin, the Physician's Assistant Medical Board. We are now voting on the consent list. Absent Bill Miller, Christopher Petrie, and Fred Baldwin. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
On the consent list, Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the consent list, 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, the appointments on the consent list have been approved. Senator Case, do you wish to speak on? No, sir. Okay. Senator Brennan, do you wish to speak? Senator Guru, do you wish to speak on your person you removed? Okay. So we're going to vote on these one at a time, starting with Bill Miller. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Energy Resource Council, Bill Miller. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? No. No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. McEwen? No to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the Energy Council appointment, 22 aye, 9 no.
By your vote, the appointment of Bill Miller has been approved.
Yeah.
Okay, next up is Christopher Petrie, Public Service Commission. If there is no discussion, the chief clerk will call the roll.
Public Service Commission appointee Christopher Petrie. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Conflict. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the Public Service Commission appointee, 27 aye, 3 no, 1 conflict.
By your vote, the appointment of Christopher Petrie has been approved. Next is Fred Baldwin. Any discussion? Chief clerk will call the roll.
Medicine Board, Fred Baldwin appointee. Anderson? 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 No. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Craigo? No. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? No. Driscoll? No. French? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Smith? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
Well, aye.
Aye. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide. Aye. Jones. Aye. Cole. Aye. Landon. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Smith. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. Case. Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. On the confirmation to the Medicine Board of Fred Baldwin, 31 aye.
By your vote, the appointment of Fred Baldwin has been approved. We love you, Fred. Sorry if we gave you a heart attack out there.
Me too.
No, waving to the camera up there. Oh, Senator Guru,
Floor?
floor is yours.
Thanks. Folks, I've got a message here from Fred Baldwin. Fred says you are all turds.
We'll take it. All right. Madam Majority Floor Leader, looks like you've got some Investment Funds Committee appointments.
I do. Mr. President, I move for adoption of the Investment Funds Committee appointments as read, and that the Senate vote collectively as a consent list consisting of all appointments.
Well, we need to read them first. How about,
Investments Fund Committee, Kenneth Lay, Doug Henderson.
okay, Madam Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the proposed IFC appointment as read, and that the Senate vote collectively of the appointment.
Okay. I have a completely different script than she does, but we're gonna wing it.
Get on the same page.
We're not singing off the same sheet of music, but
I don't
we will
know.
vote on the slate, correct? It's a consent list? Okay, there's only 2 on there, so assuming nobody wants any names removed from the consent list. Seeing none, the chief clerk will call the roll.
Investment Funds Committee confirmation. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Investment Funds Committee list, 31 aye.
By your vote, both Investment Funds Committee appointees, Kenneth Lay and Doug Henderson, have been confirmed. All right, back to you, Madam Majority Floor Leader,
I have
to
no
move us out of the open executive session.
All right, Mr. President, I have no script here, so senators, let's roll with it. Mr. President, I move that we adjourn out of open executive session.
Works for me. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, motion carried. All right. Messages from the House.
The following messages are dated March 4, 2025, Mr. President, and the following messages report Senate files which passed the House on third reading. Message number 469, Senate File 10, Settlement Agreements for Minors Parental Authorization, passed the House on third reading. Ayes 60, excused 2. Message number 470, Senate File 38, Performance Compensation Investment Performance Amendment, passed the House on third reading. Ayes 60, excused 2. Message number 471, Senate File 53, Trademarks and Trade Names Administrative Cancellation, passed the House. Ayes 56, noes 4, excused 2. Message number 472, Senate File 57, 911 Service Reporting, passed the House on third reading. Ayes 59, noes 1, excused 2. Message number 477, Senate File 108, Recreation, Safety, Agritourism, passed the House. Ayes 50, ayes 60, excused 2. Message number 480, Senate File 165, Cancellation of Registration Notice Amendments. Ayes 60, excused 2. Message number 481, Senate File 166, Political Party Formation Amendments. Ayes 60, excused 2. Message number 484, Senate Joint Resolution number, this must be Senate File 174, Constitutional Apportionment of Legislatures. Ayes 54, noes 6, excused 2. Message number 485, Senate Joint Resolution 4, Resolution on Commercial Baseload Power Generation. Ayes 55, noes 5, excused 2. Mr. President, the following messages request concurrence. Message number 482, Senate File 167, Board of Chiropractic Examiners Criminal History Records, passed on third reading in an amended form. Ayes 55, noes 5, excused 2. Message number 476, Senate File 107, Freedom to Work and Build Business, passed the House on third reading in an amended form. Ayes 39, noes 21, excused 2. Message number 474, Senate File number 101, Post-Conviction DNA Testing Procedure Amendments, passed the House. Ayes 60, excused 2. Message number 479, Senate File 160, Treatment Courts Amendments, passed the House on third reading in an amended form. Ayes 38, noes 22, excused 2. Message number 483, Senate File 171, City and County Regulatory Reduction, passed the House in amended form. Ayes 59, noes 1, excused 2. Message number 475, Senate File 104, Probate Code Revisions, passed the House in an amended form. Ayes 60, excused 2. Message number 473, Senate File 91, Petrograph and Historic Inscription Protection, passed the House in amended form. Ayes 56, noes 4, excused 2. Message number 486, Senate File number 22, Ground for Termination of Parental Rights Guardianship, passed on third reading. Ayes 44, noes 17, excused 1. Message number 487, Senate File 34, School Finance Routine and Major Maintenance Calculations, passed the House on third reading in an amended form. Ayes 38, noes 23, excused 1. Message number 478, Senate File 125, Defining Healthcare and Protecting the People's Welfare, passed on third reading in an amended form. Ayes 51, noes 9, excused 2. The House respectfully asks the Senate to concur by adopting amendments on those concurrences. Sincerely, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Randy. They're proud of their amendments down there. What other announcements do we have?
Governor.
Governor? Do you have messages from the governor? Let's hear those.
I beg your pardon, these are House of Representative
Oh,
messages.
messages from the House.
Message number 8, override governor's veto passed. Mr. President, the House voted to override governor's veto on House Enrolled Act number 35, being original House Bill 64. Ayes 45, noes 16, excused 1. Message number 9, Mr. President, the House has voted to override the governor's veto on House Enrolled Act number 45, being original House Bill number 36. Ayes 55, noes 5, excused 2. Message number 10, override governor's veto. Mr. President, the House has voted to override governor's veto on House Enrolled Act number 47, being original House Bill number 94. Ayes 44, noes 15, excused 3. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Randy. All right. Concurrences. Looks like we have message number 486 regarding Senate File 22, concurrence request.
Concurrence requested, message number 486, referencing Senate File 22, ground for termination of parental rights, guardianship.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move concurrence on message number 486, originally Senate File number 22, and urge you to vote aye. All they did on this basically was take one word on page 2, line 9, and instead of child, they put relative. So it was about the easiest amendment I think I've ever seen. So I would encourage you all to vote no, or excuse me, vote aye.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Discussion on the concurrence request. Discussion? Anybody? Senator Barlow.
Mr. President, sorry. There's an appropriation in this, and I just want to make sure we're paying attention to bill titles as we've been doing before. So anyway, any thoughts on that would be helpful. Thank you.
Anybody else before the sponsor? Okay, back to you, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, that was deleted. If you'll take a look on the back part of the amendment, the Campbell Committee of the Whole amendment was deleted. So it's not in play with this. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Any further, we're gonna vote on, oh, Senator Hicks? Yeah, she spoke for a second time, so. The motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 22 and vote aye. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 22, Anderson. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. No. Cooper. Aye. Crago. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstader. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Baruch. Aye. Hicks. No. Hutchings. Aye. Aye. No. Jones. Aye. Cole. No. Landon. Aye. Larson. No. McEwen. No. Nethercott. No. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. No. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. No. Smith. Aye. Steinmetz. No. President Beitman.
No.
No. Jones? No. Pearson? Aye to no. Closing vote? Hutchings, aye to no. Closing. Vote closed. Concurrence on Senate File 22, 16 aye, 15 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 22. Senate will stand at ease to the sound of the gavel. Yep, Senator Case,
Very sorry, I think I misheard the vote.
16 ayes,
Sorry.
15 noes. All right, Senate will come back to order. All right. We're still doing concurrences here. There's a concurrence request, message number 475, referencing Senate File 104.
Message number 475, concurrence requested, referencing Senate File 104, probate code revisions.
Senator Crago.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move concurrence on message 475 related to Senate File 104 probate code revisions. This is just a good cleanup, Mr. President, and sorry I didn't catch it before it left this body. Simply on page 4, line 14 of the bill, we're taking out the word disclaimer, and the next line down, we're taking out the word or. Right behind that, it's just a cleanup. Please vote aye, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion on the concurrence request. Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 104 and vote aye. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 104, Anderson. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. No. Cooper. Aye. Crago. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstader. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. Aye. Jones. Aye. Cole. Aye. Landon. Aye. Larson. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Smith. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 104, 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 104. All right, concurrence on Senate File 125 engrossed, message number 478.
Message number 478, concurrence requested, Senate File 125, defining healthcare and protecting the people's welfare.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I'm sorry. I would move concurrence on message number 478, originally Senate File 125, defining healthcare and protecting the people's welfare, and urge you to vote aye. Fellow senators, what was done in this bill was they just decided to type out the references we had put in because that section of law has been enjoined in a court decision. And so they wanted to make sure that it was typed out, and they did add also in the findings there. So basically, this is legislation we have seen in the past. All they did was put it in there, and then they did do something similar to the last message we heard that we took a small break on. They added in a section 2 for an appropriation of $3.86 million, but then if you turn to page 5, they took that whole amendment back out. So that is not in there. They also did leave the trigger dates, so the dates are the same as they left our body, which is the earlier of March 12, 2026, or the date on which the Wyoming Supreme Court renders a decision. So that is basically what they did, and I would ask for an aye vote on concurrence. And again, the appropriation in that section has been deleted. They put it in, deleted it out, the part that may have been questionable about germaneness.
Thank you. Any discussion on the concurrence request? Senator Case.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I would urge us to vote no on concurrence. Go down and talk this one out. Certainly is the most amended bill in the session, I think, pound for pound. The most language trying to equivocate or to trying to circle around the issue that in the end, Mr. President, has no chance of doing any good at all. So I hope we would vote no, and we can go talk about it. Maybe we can get something simple that everybody could agree on. Have you seen the amendments that have gone on this, Mr. President? It is, it's truly, it's a work of art in a lot of ways, except for it's such a poor effort. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the concurrence request? Seeing none. Haven't had a chance to read it all, but I guess we'll go ahead and vote. The motion is the Senate do concur on Senate File 125, and you've been asked to vote aye. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 125. Anderson? No. No. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. No. Cooper? No. No. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Cooper, no to aye. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 125, 26 aye, 5 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 125. Concurrence request on Senate File 91 engrossed, message number 473.
Message number 473, recurrence requested, referencing Senate File 91, petroglyph, pictograph, and historic inscription protection.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move message 473, concurrence referencing Senate File 91, petroglyph, pictograph, and historic inscription protection. And ask for you to vote aye on this bill, Senators. You will, however, notice that there was pretty significant work done on this bill over on the other side. So I do want to walk you through this and explain to you why I think this bill is still worth our time for an aye vote. Essentially what they did, Senators, was to take the appropriation out of the bill. And when you do that, there are several sections of the bill that impacts. At the bottom of page 2 and over onto page 3, for example, a little bit of language on line 5, page 1 regarding the appropriation. I'll take you to the bottom of page 2 if you have your bill, and you'll see where there was also some change in the language of what the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources may now do. There is a may instead of this appropriation, which purposes the surveying, documenting, and three-dimensional modeling that is referenced in the bill. Now, the language says may survey and document and create models. Over onto page 3, there is a little bit of different language related to private lands. And you'll notice on lines 3 and 4, they changed the language over on the other side to say access private lands without first receiving permission from the landowner. That's a little stricter, a little tougher. But that's the changes to the bill, fellow senators. And You'll recall that this work was done throughout the interim and brings to this body a consideration that I think is still worthwhile, and we can still get started with this. I think our state parks and cultural resources can work on some mapping and still get the work done. We have put this on the radar screen. I think it's a little bit more in the mind's eye now, and I think it's worth our time, Senator. So I hope you'll vote aye on the bill.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Discussion on the concurrence. Senator Rothfuss, then Senator Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm against concurrence. I have concerns about some of the amendments, and honestly, it would be good to get this bill back to where it really does something. But getting to the discussion that we had about access to lands, remember the key concern there is access to state lands and the idea that we are specifically exempting state officials from being able to access state public lands by previously just explicitly disallowing it. Then we worked through the Senate. We came up with what I would say was a good amendment, a good compromise, where we ensured that those government agencies would have to coordinate with that landowner and consult them so that there was a good cooperation. But we adjusted it so it was no longer denying access to state lands by state agencies. It looks like one of the choices the House made here was to go ahead and go back to a point where a private property owner could deny access by a state agency to state lands, right? That's the effect of this. And again, we had a great compromise in place. The Senate position was the correct one. This grants more power through this act than I think there is granted anywhere else in statute where a state agency can be denied access to state land through this act, and I don't think it's a particularly good bill anymore. That's a precedent we shouldn't be setting, and I think we should fight it out with the House on this one, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Senator Hicks? Did you wish to speak? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw you get up. Anybody else wish to speak on the concurrence request? All right, back to you, Senator Landon.
Well, Mr. President, very good points made. And certainly, this is stronger language with regard to landowners out there. I honestly, when we're out cataloging these rare treasures out across the state, I cannot imagine a time where state parks and cultural resources folks would show up and a landowner would not allow for the examination of or a passage through property to get to some of this state property. I honestly think we're fine on this. Again, I think we can monitor this through the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee throughout the interim and come back, when we know a little bit more about this and maybe get consideration from the Appropriations Committee at that time. But I think it still has merit, Mr. President, and I think we should vote aye.
Okay. Motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 91 and vote aye. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 91. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? No. No. Cooper? Aye. Aye. Crago? Aye. Aye. Crum? No. No. Dockstetter? Aye. Aye. Driscoll? No. No. French? Aye. Aye. Garou? Aye. Aye. Hicks? Aye. Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? No. No. Landon? Aye. Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Larson? No to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 91, 25 aye, 6 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 91. Concurrence on Senate File 101, message number 474.
Message number 474, concurrence requested referencing Senate File 101, post-conviction DNA testing procedure amendments.
Senator Landon, you're batting 1,000. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I would move message 474, concurrence requested referencing Senate File 101, post-conviction DNA testing procedure amendments. Senators, very little done at the other end, and actually a pretty darn good catch in some language. You'll remember we had a hole in the statutes, and the language said convicted after a certain date. Well, that left one particular day in question, and so the other side added the words on or after that date. A very good fix, very little done to the bill. It's in good shape, and I'll ask for you to vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion on the concurrence request. Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 101. You've been asked to vote aye. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 101. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon?
Aye.
Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 101, 31 aye.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 101. Concurrence on Senate File 107 engrossed, message number 476.
Message number 476, concurrence requested referencing Senate File 107, freedom to work and build a business.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move message number 476 to Senate File 107, freedom to work and build business, and ask for your aye vote. Good senators, there seems to be a theme with my bills over there. They are generally unamended, other than the catch title. But as we know, that doesn't actually do anything to the bill. And at this point in the legislative session, does nothing to the catch title either. So I would urge your strong aye vote. Thank you, senators.
Discussion on the concurrence. Discussion. Being none, the motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 107 and vote aye. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 107. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 107, 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 107. Concurrence request on Senate File 167, message number 482.
Message number 482, concurrence requested referencing Senate File 167, Board of Chiropractic Examiners, Criminal History Records.
Thank you, Randy. Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move message number 482, concurrence request referencing Senate File 167. This is, as noted, Board of Chiropractic Examiners. At the committee level, they felt like there should be a starting point for these history records, these background checks and so forth, and so they inserted July 1st, 2026, and that was favorably approved at the committee level across the board. Full support throughout the way. Just simply ask for your aye vote now, and we can move this bill right along.
Thank you, Senator Dockstetter. Discussion on the concurrence request. Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 167 and vote aye. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote. Senate File 167, Anderson. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Craigo. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstetter. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Garou. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. No. Jones. Aye. Kolb. Aye. Landon. Aye. Larson. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Smith. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Vote closed. Senate File 167, 30 aye, 1 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 167. Senate File 171, concurrence request, message number 483.
Message number 483, concurrence requested referencing Senate File 171, City and Town Regulatory Reduction.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move message number 483 to Senate File 171, City and Town Regulatory Reduction, Senators, and ask for your favorable consideration. Again, consistent with the theme on my bills, they have changed the catch title from City and Town Regulatory Reduction to Boundary Survey Amendments. Again, I urge your strong aye vote as it has absolutely no impact, but this is a fun little exercise, and I'm sure we're all entertained. Thank you, Mr. President. I urge your aye vote.
Quite frankly, I'm not entertained, but Senator Salazar.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So this is becoming a pattern, and I don't like it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm noticing the same thing. I'm not sure what's going on here with changing the catch title on these, so I think we ought to have a little investigation there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion on the concurrence. All right. Motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 171 and vote aye. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote. Senate File 171, Anderson. Aye. Barlow. No. Boner. Aye. Brennan. No. Case. Aye. Cooper. No. Craigo. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstetter. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Garou. I, Hicks. I, Hutchings. I, Ide. I, Jones. No, Kolb. I, Landon. I, Larson. I, McEwen. I, Nethercott. I, Olson. I, Pappas. I, Pearson. I, Rothfuss. I, Salazar. I, Schuler. I, Scott. I, Smith. I, Steinmetz. I, President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. No to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 171, 28 aye, 3 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 171. Concurrence requested on Senate File 160, message number 479.
Message number 479, concurrence requested referencing Senate File 160, Treatment Courts Amendments 2.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move message number 479, referencing Senate File 160, Treatment Courts Amendments, and do ask for your favorable aye to concur with this change. So if you can recall, because of course, if you're anything like me, you probably don't remember half the things you voted on yesterday, let alone weeks ago, but I'm going to take you back to weeks ago when this bill was moving through the Senate. We had a definitional change to mental illness, and we actually ended up asking you to reject that amendment. And the reason why was because it applied to the entire statute, or set of statutes, rather than specifically to the diversion program. Well, the good members from the House put that amendment back on, and they limited it to the diversion program. So this is an amendment that we already contemplated on the Senate. It's just been refined. This amendment has been worked through the courts, and the courts all agree with this amendment. So it's a good change, puts the bill in a good place, and asks for your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Olson. Discussion on the concurrence request. Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 160 and vote aye. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence roll call vote, Senate File 160, Anderson. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Crago. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstader. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Garou. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. No. Jones. Aye. Kolb. Aye. Landon. Aye. Larson. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Smith. Aye. Steinmetz. No. President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Pearson. Aye to no. Vote closed. Senate File 160, 28 aye, 3 no.
By your vote, you have concurred on Senate File 160. All right, so we have a concurrence request on Senate File 34, being message number 487.
Message number 487, concurrence requested referencing Senate File 34, School Finance Routine and Major Maintenance Calculations.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move concurrence on message number 487 to Senate File 34, School Finance Routine and Major Maintenance Calculations. And I would ask the President to rule on whether the amendment is germane to the bill. Or would you rather have me go ahead and tell you how I think we should vote? Which comes first?
Well, before you give me your spiel here, Might save you some time. Yeah, so we've had a lot of 11-6 rulings and being for germaneness, and I would stay consistent with that and say this is not germane and this amendment's out of order.
With that, Mr. President, I would ask for a no vote on this concurrence.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none. Motion is that the Senate do concur on Senate File 32, and you've been asked to vote no. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Concurrence vote, Senate File 34, Anderson? No. No. Barlow? No. Boner? No. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? No. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Smith? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Dockstetter, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 34, 31, no.
By your vote, you have failed to concur on Senate File 34. Joint Conference Committee 1 assigned is Senator Rothfuss Chairman, Senator Landon, and Senator Olson. Okay, are there any more concurrences? All right. Oh, for House Bill 47? Oh, I was told that Phil went out for, okay, hold on. Signed the wrong sheet, didn't I? Do we have a, Ellen, do you know, can you show me where the co-sponsors were on this bill? I don't see it anywhere. Sorry, I'm trying to appoint a conference committee for House Bill 47, Secretary of State expedited filings. You want to be on it? Blockchain? Guess who wants to be on it? Raise your hand and I'll start picking. Smith, Driscoll, and Rothfuss. Okay, Rothfuss chair. Senator Smith. Senator Driscoll. That was easy. There you go, Kara. All right, moving right along. This is something you don't see the last week of session very often. Introduction of Senate files. Senate File 198, first reading of the bill.
Senate File 198, State Shooting Complex Funding Amendment, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss.
Well, let's see here. Ellen, do I need to assign it to a committee or no? Okay. The bill now having been introduced, Senator Rothfuss, do you have a motion?
Mr. President, I move to suspend Senate Rules 4-6, 4-7, 4-8, 5-2, 5-4, 6-1, wait for it, 6-2, and 11-1. We have a lot of rules. And pursuant to Senate Rule 10-7, to commit Senate File 198 directly to Committee of the Whole.
Okay. Under Senate Rule 10-7, the motion to commit is debatable. Under Senate Rule 1-3, the motion to suspend the rules to allow the bill to be referred directly to Committee of the Whole requires a 2/3 vote of the elected members of the Senate. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing no debate, we are now voting on whether to commit Senate File 198 to Committee of the Whole. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Suspension of the rule, roll call vote. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the motion to suspend the rules, 27 aye, 4 no.
Having received a 2/3 vote of the elected members of the Senate, Senate File 198 is placed on general file. Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. President, at this time, it'll be in order for the majority leader to. 198. 198.
Okay. Madam Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to hear the limited bill, Senate File 198, that is titled State Shooting Complex Funding Amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. I'm being told it's being passed out right now to the body, so let's go ahead and vote on moving into Committee of the Whole. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. I guess I'll be the chairman of Committee of the Whole today. Yeah. All right. Senator Beitman, come on down. All right. All right, Committee of the Whole, come to order. First bill up for consideration is Senate File 198. Will the reading clerk please read in the Senate file?
Senate File 198, State Shooting Complex Funding Amendment, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss, an act relating to the Wyoming State Shooting Complex.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Rothfuss?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 198, State Shooting Complex Funding Amendment. Mr. President, I just want to make sure that everybody has it. Do we have anybody that does not have the bill? Looks like everybody has it. We got that passed out quickly. Mr. President, this makes one small amendment to existing session law. You see it on the bottom of page 1. There is language in session law from 2023 that appropriated $10 million to the shooting complex. You can see the stricken language on line 12 indicates that it can only be expended through additional action of the legislature. This bill does nothing more than strike that language through additional action of the legislature and insert the language by the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, so that the language then reads, shall only be expended by the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources for the siting and construction of the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. Mr. President, you see on page 2 that the effective date is as immediate. Mr. President, that's the legislation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'd call for the question.
Discussion on the bill. Seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Rothfuss's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 198, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Well, we're going to be voting on it anyway. The motion carries, has passed the Committee of the Whole. Madam Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate
Oh,
rise.
wait, we got to have a Committee of the Whole report. I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
Oh, we need a rise and report.
Can I do it now, or do you think should I, what do you think? Anybody else? Should I do it now, or a couple minutes? All right. Are we ready? Everybody feels okay? All right. Mr. President, I move that the Senate rise and report.
Committee of the Whole.
Which is the Senate. I move that the Committee of the Whole, also known as the Senate Committee of the Whole, rise and report. Thank you.
All right, you've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having entered consideration bill on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 198, do pass. Senator Beitman, Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss.
Actually, yeah, I move for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole report has been adopted. Okay. All right. Senator Rothfuss, it looks like you were ready for another motion over there. What do you got up your sleeve here?
Mr. President, Senate File 198, having just passed Committee of the Whole, I move that the Senate suspend Senate Rules 7-1, 7-4, 7-8, and any other applicable rule to allow Senate File 198 to be accelerated through its readings in the Senate and be considered on second reading and on third reading on the same legislative day today.
All right, that motion is in order. Pursuant to Senate Rule 1-3, the motion will require a 2/3 vote of the elected members to pass. It is debatable. Is there any debate? Sensing there's not, we are now voting on whether to allow Senate File. Yes, Senator Case.
I rise reluctantly, but Mr. President, the third reading will require a majority. Right now, this bill could be stopped with 10 people. I urge 10 people to stop this. This is not right. This is not the Wyoming legislature, and so I urge your no vote.
Any further debate? Senator Rolfes.
Thanks, Mr. President. I think this is the Wyoming legislature. This is in order, and this is a solution to a problem that was created that we wanted to address. We had before us amendments that we found to be out of order. The suggestion was exactly this solution. Everything about this is in order, and this is an extreme circumstance, and we understand the conditions that brought us to this point. This is respecting the institution, Mr. President. This is doing things the right way. It is a challenge to do it this way. It is arduous. It is not something that we take up lightly, and we shouldn't. But doing it the right way, to me, that's the Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Further discussion, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I do. We are doing it the right way, and I applaud the good senator from the Ivory Tower for doing it this way. We would have been authorizing this ability, this authorization, if that supplemental would have passed. I mean, we knew it was going to happen this year. Unfortunately, the tide turned on that particular bill, so this is a good fix just to give them the authorization. And let me tell you, I don't know how many times I need to stand up and tell you that without doing this, it will cost us more money down the line. Will cost them more money down the line. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, excuse me. This is the right way to do this, and I would ask you to stand by the decision of the Joint Appropriations Committee, but that put it in Senate File 1. Stand by the position of the body that voted that out here, Mr. President. Unfortunately, this is the horse we're going to ride. Mr. President, this horse has got a big state shooting complex on it, and on the right hip is a 2A, and on the left hip is the Great Seal of the state of Wyoming. It's the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. Mr. President, I'm always try to come back on these circumstances, and you go to Chapter 8. Chapter 8, 3, 123. Some of us were here when we adopted that. It's the state code, the code of the West. It's in your statutes, and under subsection 3, it says, always finish what you start.
Any other discussion? Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to commend those senators who are teaching the floor about the process, because that's what this is about, the process. And I think many of us, some of us feel more comfortable this way. The next vote is going to be different for some of us, but I applaud those who are teaching the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Okay, we are now voting on whether to allow Senate File 198 to be accelerated to second and third readings on the same legislative day. The chief clerk will call the roll. And it is a 2/3 vote.
Suspension of the rules for acceleration, Senate File 198. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. No. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. No. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? I. Steinmetz. I. Hutchings.
Excused?
Excused. President Beitman.
No.
No. Closing vote. Dockstetter. Aye to no. McEwen. Aye to no. Closing. Vote closed. On suspension of the rules, Senate File 198, 25 aye, 5 no, 1 excused.
The motion having received 2/3 vote of the elected members of the Senate suspends the rules and places Senate File 198 on second reading. If Senate File 198 passes second reading, it will be accelerated directly to third reading on the same legislative day. Oh, looky here, bills on second reading. It's like deja vu. Is this Groundhog's Day? Senate File 198, second reading of the Senate file. We're time traveling.
Senate File 198, State Shooting Complex Funding Amendment.
Senate File 198 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Bills on third reading. Madam Majority Floor Leader, do you have a consent list?
Mr. President, I do have a consent list, and I move third reading consent list as follows. Senate File 198, State Shooting Complex Funding Amendment.
Actually, it's okay. Just do that one first.
Yep. I think it's the only. Oh,
Because we got this one here. I was wondering if this was.
Mr. President. So in addition to Senate File 198, State Shooting Complex Funding Amendment, we also have House Bill 32, What is a Woman Act? House Bill 43, Age Verification for Websites with Harmful Material. House Bill 121, Hospital Pricing Transparency. House Bill 144, County Canvassing Board. House Bill 164, Medical Prescriptions Off-Label Purposes. House Bill 165, Ranked Choice Voting Prohibition. And House Bill 280, Sex Offender Registration.
Thank you. Would anybody like any of these bills removed from the consent list? Senator Case.
House Bill 144, Mr. President.
House Bill 1.
County Canvassing Board.
Okay, no, sorry. House Bill 144, County Canvassing Board has been removed from the consent list. Any others? Senator Anderson.
House Bill 121, Hospital Pricing Transparency.
House Bill 121, Hospital Pricing Transparency has been removed from the consent list. Any others? Seeing none. All right. Should we pull 198, Senator Nethercott, or just for the sake of ease here? Yes.
I'd ask that we remove 198, Senate File 198, from the consent list. State shooting complex funding amendments from the consent list.
Thank you. Senate File 198, State Shooting Complex Amendments has been removed from the consent list. All right. Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the Senate? House Bill 32, What is a Woman Act? House Bill 43, Age Verification for Websites with Harmful Material. House Bill 164, Medical Prescriptions Off-Label Purposes. House Bill 165, Ranked Choice Voting Prohibition. And House Bill 280, sex offender registration. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
On the consent list, Anderson. Barlow. Boner. Brennan. Case. No. Cooper. Aye. Craigo. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstetter. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Guru. No. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. Aye. Jones. Aye. Culp. Aye. Landon. Aye. Larson. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Smith. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. On the consent list, 29 aye, 2 no. House Bill 32. Rothfuss, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 32, 28 aye, 3 no. House Bill 43, are there any changes? Rothfuss, I didn't know. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 43, 28 aye, 3 no. House Bill 164, are there any changes? Rothfuss, I didn't know. Barlow, aye to know. Brennan, aye to know. Landon, aye to know. Cooper, aye to know. Pappas, aye to know. Dockstetter, no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 164, 22 aye, 9 no. House Bill 165, are there any changes? Rothfuss, I don't know. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 165, 28 aye, 3 no. And House Bill 280, are there any changes? Rothfuss, I don't know. Brennan, I to know. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 280, 27 aye, 4 no.
All right. Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 32, What is a Woman Act? House Bill 43, Age Verification for Websites with Harmful Material. House Bill 164, Medical Prescriptions Off-Label Purposes. House Bill 165, Ranked Choice Voting Prohibition. And House Bill 280, Sex Offender Registration, have passed the Senate. Bills on third reading. Senate File 198, third reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 198, State Shooting Complex Funding Amendment, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss, an act relating to the Wyoming State Shooting Complex.
Discussion on the bill. Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, this goes into existing statute as we've talked about, or maybe we haven't talked about what it actually does. But it goes into existing statute and strikes out language about the legislature. Then it gives a particular agency in our in the executive branch the ability to take on this role as expending these funds. The next section in the current law, session law, talks about all of the other funds that might come in. And this is section C, Mr. President. Gifts, contributions, bequests, grants, donations for the siting and construction. And my question, Mr. President, do we expect any of those funds to actually come into this account and be expended through such? So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Further discussion? Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. My hesitation is I'm not clear on why we're doing this and bending all sorts of rules. Does this open up, if we put this in there, does this open it up to those contributions and so forth? I just need to feel a little more comfortable when we make all these changes at the last minute, feel a little more comfortable giving it an aye.
Discussion, further discussion? Senator Nethercott.
Mr. President, thank you. So the language that's stricken really was a practice of a previous JAC, who essentially a lot of the appropriations expended required additional legislative action. And there was just concern about proper legislative oversight. And this is an example of that, perhaps continuing 3 years later, 2.5 years later, into a project that requires additional legislative action when the project is about to go, and that's caused the stall out. So the money was already appropriated, but was held on to by the legislature. Thus the problem, thus the issue. So there was no appropriation that's a concern here. It is legislative authorization to use the $10 million previously appropriated in 2023. And that kind of hold on that money for years, requiring that final legislative approval. So we're saying, go. We don't need that legislative approval. We previously appropriated those funds. You have permission to move forward with the project as indicated.
Further discussion? All right, seeing none. Senate File 198, having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, Senate File 198, Anderson. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. No. Cooper. Aye. Crago. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstader. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. No. Jones. Aye. Cole. Aye. Landon. Aye. Larson. Aye. McEwen. No. Nethercott. Aye. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. No. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. No. Smith. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. President Beitman.
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 198, 24 aye, 7 no.
Senate File 198, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 198 has passed the Senate. That's a fast horse. House Bill 121, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 121 engrossed, Hospital Pricing Transparency, sponsored by Representative Singh, an act relating to public health and safety.
Discussion on the bill. Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, on and against this bill, this bill requires a lot of paperwork, red tape for our hospitals in Wyoming. The larger hospitals already do this, and they say it's a big burden on them to do this. Our little hospitals will have a lot of trouble getting this accomplished, and all these fines that we have in here will put them out of business. I don't like the fines in this bill. On and against the bill.
Thank you, Senator Anderson. Anybody else? Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since reading headlines this past week, we can already do this at the federal level. I think about my own hospitals out west. I got a successful hospital in the north. Why would we add all this additional work to them when they found a successful way? I can call them anytime and get pricing. They don't need to be mandated to do it. Any patient, any customer, any client can call up and say, what will this cost? To my hospital in the south, they're small, they're struggling. Why do they need this additional work? Why do we do these things? When we got good, successful healthcare programs, some of them struggling, why do we add these additional obligations when it's something that we can do without this? Don't understand why we bring this type of legislation and harm our successful healthcare programs across the state, add additional burdens. We should be looking to refine the work better and not add these problems to their workload. This one makes no sense on and against the bill.
Senator Landon.
So, Mr. President, I've said pretty often that I represent a healthcare community, and I haven't liked this bill since it arrived over here from the other side. I agree with the two previous speakers. I understand that this is a nationwide sort of thing, but I will remind you what I said on the committee of the whole. We're Wyoming. This is a frontier healthcare state. We have no need for this. I spent half of my year last year in hospitals, and I never had a problem with this. Never once. I knew exactly what a procedure was going to cost for my brother. Could get it. And guess what? You can go on the website right now. It takes a computer. You got to get a computer, and then you go on there, and you can find out anything you need that is covered by this bill. I think it's duplicative. I think it's going to force our hospitals to hire somebody else to do something else on the administrative level, and then they'll pass it through to the paid people, those who can pay, and then, of course, it will drive the unreimbursed care for the others. I just don't see the need for this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, and let me say at the outset, this is not my bill, but it is taking a step that we need to take, Mr. President, if we're ever going to make rational sense out of the fearful and wonderful process we now have in healthcare pricing and billing in hospitals. It is, testimony we had in committee was that it was basically the federal act, we're asking for it at the state level, and there's some advantages for that. Now, while the bill was in committee, or actually after it came out of committee and before it came up here, there was a further change in Washington by executive order, which I think removed the one difference that there was between this and the federal, and that was the way that the prices were to be expressed, which is dollars and cents. And the advantage of this bill, Mr. President, we take the first step we need to in this very complicated area. And it is very complicated, and I'm surprised to hear people say they fully understand what things are going to charge. That has not been my experience, Mr. President. Having the state authority there is, I think, an advantage, because trying to get clarification on anything out of Washington is a problem. And we'll have now, you can talk to your state health department and try to get some guidance there. It's a state function. So with that, Mr. President, on and for this bill, it's a step we need to take. I know the hospitals don't like it. They like the current system. I can't see much virtue in the current system, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Anybody else wish to speak? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I am on and for this bill. I know people that got bills and they don't even think that some of those things happened that they were billed for. I also think that this is going to kind of keep our hospitals in check as far as what they are charging for different procedures. So I think it's absolutely necessary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else wish to speak? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm a little bit conflicted on this bill because I haven't been to a hospital in Wyoming recently, but I did have some procedures in the community that I live in. We're 2 miles from the Colorado state line. We're 80 miles to the nearest county hospital in Wyoming, and for any specialized care, we got to travel. We've got really good specialized care just across the state line to our colleague or to our state to the south. If we could write laws for this state to the south, I would absolutely be on this bill based on my last experience a little less than a year ago. But I do have to give due deference to my colleagues that have much more experience at understanding how the hospital system works here in Wyoming. So I do think we should proceed cautiously on the impact of the little hospitals and even the bigger ones here in Wyoming. Last thing we want to do is push more people out of the state if they can find care here in the state.
Thank you. Anybody else? Senator Dockstader, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, all this does is add burden and penalties to our hospitals, especially our smaller ones that are trying to make it work and help our communities. Against the bill.
Senator Nethercott.
Mr. President, I appreciate this effort and know that it's a bipartisan one, which I think is unique in light of this situation. I am worried about it being an individual bill and impacting all of our healthcare providers. The concern is real, the need is real, but I don't know that I fully appreciate the impact to our providers in the state, and would prefer if it was an interim concept. And so I get it, I get the need, I understand the federal order, appreciate where we're going, but I do have legitimate concerns. I know I've heard from my providers with the same concern as the senator from the western side of the state, that all we're doing is adding more of red tape and bureaucracy to our healthcare providers at a time. So I just have those concerns, and would like to know more about how much of that have been alleviated from the members of the Labor Committee through that amendment, and how much of that burden still remains.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the bill, I actually did a little research and kind of went to some websites of a couple of hospitals over in our neck of the woods. Not only can you find the prices, but I actually called the business office of one of them, and they also provided the information that if you pay with cash, you get a nice reduction. So there's some things there that you can find out. I think the transparency is there. I don't think we needed this bill at all.
All right. Senator Scott, for your second time.
Yes, Mr. President. In terms of the burden, it's a burden that they're going to have anyhow because they've got the feds to comply with. This gets an ability to get it administered and questions asked locally. So the burden is going to be the same. The problem that the committee found with the bill as it came to us was the penalties that came with it from the other house were, in our judgment, onerous and unreasonable, Mr. President. given something that is as complex as this. Those have been modified through the amendments that we passed. The really onerous ones have been gotten rid of. The penalty's down to $500 a day is a civil penalty. Even our smallest hospitals, that does get their attention, but it is not something that's going to break the bank. And I think it represents a good compromise, Mr. President. We did get rid of the really onerous features that were in the bill that came over from the House on the penalty side. So with that, Mr. President, I urge adoption of the bill.
Thank you. Anybody else? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, there's been some discussion as we visit through this bill about those federal requirements. And even today, working with the association that represents hospitals, we tried to come up with a way to actually make this parallel or similar to what those federal requirements are. So if you're in compliance with the federal requirements, that would suffice for this. It just became too much to try to work into this bill with definitions and et cetera. And Mr. President, I would say that we're probably, if this bill passes, we'll be coming back and saying, well, this doesn't fit very well, this doesn't work very well, because at the same time, the federal components are probably going to be changing too. I would say this bill does not reach as deep as folks think it does, because the way I read the bill, a facility is in compliance if they post their prices once a year. I'll say that again. I believe they're in compliance if they post their prices once a year. I do not know if that's what the federal law says. So I'm not speaking on or against, for or against the bill. I'm just saying that I don't know that it goes as far as some people may want it to go in its current form. And I've discovered that trying to figure out how to make the federal requirements fit into this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else? All right, Simpson, you ready for the question? House Bill 121 having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, House Bill 121. Anderson? No. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Crago? No. Crum? Conflict? Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? No. French? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Kolb? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 121, 14 aye, 16 no.
House Bill 121 having failed to receive the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 121 has failed to pass the Senate. Senator Crum.
Privilege of the floor.
Floor is yours.
Mr. President, I'd like to explain my conflict vote on this. As I've said many times, I'm on the hospital board of the hospital over the hill. And speaking earlier as a somewhat of an pretty much an expert on this subject, I spoke my mind on it, but it seemed that there was some feedback that maybe I had a conflict on this bill. So in total transparency again, which this bill is about, and to make everybody aware, I voted conflict, just so we wouldn't have any confusion out there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Crum. Appreciate that. All right, House Bill 133. Yeah. Yeah, I think you said conflict. Mhm. If you don't think you did, you read it again, Ellen.
Confirming roll call vote on House Bill 121, 14 aye, 16 no, 1 conflict.
Okay. House Bill 133, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 133 engrossed, sanctuary cities, counties, and state prohibition, sponsored by Representative Guggenmost, an act relating to administration of the government.
Excuse me. There is an amendment. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
House Bill 133, third reading amendment number 1 to engrossed copy, page 6, lines 17 through 23, delete.
Senator Craig.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 133. Ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. President, when we discussed this bill on general file a few days ago, I had a question about the provisions regarding the right of initiative and the right of referendum. That language is contained on pages 6 and 7 of the bill. And one of my questions was, why are we doing this? Why are we taking that right away from the people? I never got an answer back, and so the more I thought about it, the more concerned I got. I feel, to be honest, that the people should have the right within those provisions to address any issue they want that's not otherwise prohibited. So then we dig into the Constitution, and if you pull out your Constitution, Article 3, Section 52, which is the initiative and referendum language, and then you go to paragraph G, subsection G, excuse me, you'll see that the language that's currently in statute is copied directly from the Constitution, which came from a constitutional amendment in 1968. And so the language that is currently within statute is directly out of the Constitution. What this bill is doing is it's amending that language. It's essentially amending the language of the Constitution through a bill, which I would argue is completely unconstitutional. And so those are my two reasons, Mr. President. One, I think the people ought to have that right. And number two, I think it's unconstitutional as drafted based on the language of our Constitution. Feel free to look for yourselves, members. Ask me any questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Craig. Discussion, Senator Smith.
Mr. President, I'm a co-sponsor on this. I'm totally fine with this amendment, and for a different reason. If you go to Article 3, Section 52, G, it reads that the referendum shall not be applied to, and then it says laws necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety. So really, this language in here, it's a little bit muddied, but it basically is just trying to protect a constitutional wording that says that a referendum can't repeal this law, but it's already in the Constitution, so it's not necessary in this bill, in my mind, and I've talked to the sponsor, and he's fine with it too.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Further discussion? Question being called. We're voting on third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 133. All those in favor, vote, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. President. This looks to be towards the end of what I call the fear bills. Just saying on and against this bill, only this body can declare county laws, so, I know I've been here for a while and I've never seen us declare any county sanctuary counties. But I always kind of thought we were a sanctuary country from our founding. And while I know this bill does nothing, means nothing, and has nothing to do with anything, except it makes them $20,000 fine, more prison time, and a few more things like that, it does nothing, except one thing. Makes us feel good about creating a fear that doesn't exist and then solving it with an answer that won't work. So on and against, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, I don't mean to belabor, but I've really struggled with this bill. Over the last 2, 3, 4 years, governor, Wyoming Senate, we have expressed this over and over, and I just have not run into any problems. I have not heard of anything in this regard at all. We are not a place that favors sanctuary cities. So we draft something that doesn't even take care of a problem because there isn't a problem. And it's very onerous and over the top of our local officials again. We tend to want to throw blankets over the top of everything down here. I'm just really struggling, and I never, you know, since this cleared waivers on Friday and made it up to this point today, I've just not heard the sponsors of the bill explain very well why do we need this bill? I'm just not up to speed on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody else? Senator Smith.
Mr. President, I appreciate the pushback on this bill, but I'm going to push back on that. I'll just give you one name, Lakin Riley, a young lady who was just jogging in a park and was murdered by somebody who shouldn't have been in this country. And we need to enforce the laws that we have on our books. We need to back our feds, and we need to give our local law enforcement guidelines in terms of what we expect from them in terms of enforcing the laws. Thank you.
Senator Smith. Let's try to avoid using names. Anybody else? Question being called. Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the House Bill 133 pass the Senate? Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, House Bill 133. Anderson? No. Barlow? Aye. Broner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Crago? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Garou? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 133, 27 aye, 4 no.
House Bill 133, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 133 has passed the Senate. House Bill 137, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 137, Revisers Bill, sponsored by the Management Council, an act relating to the revision of statutes and other legislative enactments.
There is an amendment. Will the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
House Bill 137, third reading amendment number 1, page 23, after line 3, insert.
Senator Garou.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 137, the Revisers Bill. Folks, the Revisers Bill, of course, as you know, just fix all the mistakes that get made during the session. And since we passed second reading, there have been a few more. That's the bad news. The good news, they're all on the other side of the building. So we'll just get them cleaned up for those nice folks down there who can't seem to get this all just right. So if you look on the first page of the amendment, on line 10, we're just changing this, or on line 11, we're just changing the word section of this act. So we're changing the word to act. Then if you drift down to line 29, on the state forestry bill, it says on 29, we just add wildland fire resources. And then on the second page, And while you'll see this is Section 4 of Senate Enrolled Act 59, this was an amendment that was made by our friends down the hall. You look at line 15 and you'll see we've changed the year from 2025 to 2026. That is the amendment, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Senator Grew. Discussion? Senator Hicks?
Mr. President, pursuant to Senate Rule 11-6, I would ask for a ruling of the chair whether this amendment is germane to the bill.
Are you serious? It's a reviser's bill. Senator Grew, would you like to speak?
It sure would. This is the reviser's bill, and these are 3 revisions. And so I think it is germane, yes.
Yeah, it is germane. Senator Hicks?
Mr. President, you've already made your ruling.
Sure, Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I would appeal the ruling and ask for a meeting of the Rules Commission to make a determination whether this amendment is germane to the reviser's bill.
Okay. Senator Nethercott.
Mr. President, point of inquiry, I just want to make it understood that this issue was brought to us by the attention of LSO as identified to be appropriately placed into the reviser's bill. If you remember, I laid it back at the direction of LSO staff to make sure that this appropriate correction could be made. Senator Grew, because he had more time than I did, agreed to help carry it on the reviser's bill as a member of Management Council of who's actually responsible for the reviser's bill. So I just want everybody to be aware of the origin of the amendment, the origin of the issue, and that is all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Case.
Mr. President, the bottom line is, Chair made a ruling, it's been appealed, you guys need to meet, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
All right. Senate will stand at ease until the sound of the gavel. Okay. Senate will come back to order. Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw my objection to the ruling from the chair.
All right. Objection of the ruling of the chair has been withdrawn. So we are back on the amendment. We are on third reading amendment number 1, the House Bill 137, and we are in the middle of discussing that amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? Question being called. Question is, all those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 137, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. House Bill 137, third reading amendment number 2.
House Bill 137, third reading amendment number 2, corrected copy, page 1, line 5, after.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, absent objection, I would move, or I request to remove third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 137.
That's a serious thing. It's not a joke. Okay. Absent objection, third reading amendment number 2 has been withdrawn. We are back on the bill. Discussion on the bill. Question being called. House Bill 137 having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call. House Bill 137, Anderson. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Boner. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Crago. Aye. Crum. Aye. Dockstader. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. French. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. Aye. Jones. Aye. Cole. Aye. Landon. Aye. Larson. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Olson. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Pearson. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Smith. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. President Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 137, 31 aye.
House Bill 137, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 137 has passed the Senate. House Bill 144, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 144 engrossed. County Canvassing Board, sponsored by Representative Nyman, an act relating to elections.
Discussion, Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll take you back to Friday night. When we were working late, we discussed this bill. And, I think we were beginning to understand what the bill did and the difficulties with the bill, Mr. President. Of course, we had several members of, that had already left by that time. And so I'd like to reiterate, this bill was brought to us to make it so that the political parties in Wyoming would nominate the people to be on the canvassing board. And it presumes that there are 2 political parties and that they would each nominate one, and that those 2 persons with the clerk would be the canvassing board. The bill was amended in the Corporations Committee, Mr. President, and the Corporations Committee provided a little bit more leeway in the sense that the clerk gets to pick from a list of 3 names submitted by the 2 parties. But we had discussion on Friday, Mr. President, I know you recall it, that, you know, Wyoming's not just 2 parties. There are all sorts of people that are involved in Wyoming elections. And that maybe this is overly restrictive. And Mr. President, there's another issue. It's another issue, Mr. President. I'd like to read you something from one of our clerks You all received this email, so you can know who the clerk is. I'm not going to reveal it on the floor. But I think this clerk makes a good point. Honorable senators, I know that this is late and I've struggled with this email, but I wanted, as myself, not representing the Clerks Association, to ask your consideration to not vote for House Bill 144 as written. I am concerned if there is contention regarding elections, that an individual would be selected by a party with the intent not to certify the election and not based on the individual's qualifications to perform the duty. My concern is based on personal experience. I was verbally notified during the 2024 election that an effort was going to be made to ensure that county canvases were not certified. The individual who notified me had a family member run for local office, and that individual won, and nothing further came of the notification. My question, if there was an issue that would affect the certification of the election, and not just a disagreement, a difference of opinion or political agenda, the action to block the certification would happen no matter the outcome of the races. I know you're at third reading. However, this is an important issue for me to take a personal stand. I have chosen my canvass board members carefully, considering individuals who have had experience as election judges or other work experience that would contribute to their role of canvass board members. My selections have not been taken lightly, nor with intent other than ensuring the canvassing process set out in statute be completely, competently, and smoothly. After my personal experience, I do not have complete confidence every committee in every county will approach the selection with the same criteria. Thank you for your consideration. That's the point. Mr. President, we don't want people on canvassing boards that are there to just throw a bomb in the works, Mr. President. And we have that happening. We have to have safe, fair, open elections. We have to have canvassing boards to certify those elections that are made up and representative of the people of Wyoming. I hope you'll vote no on House Bill 144.
Thank you, Senator Case. Anybody else wish to speak? Senator Landon.
So, Mr. President, what that memo did for me was to really turn on the light bulb on the notion of, what if there really was something nefarious afoot? What if the idea was to appoint someone with the sole purpose of refusing to certify? I had never really thought about that. I didn't think about it in committee. There was something about the bill that made me a little uneasy, and so we amended it so that there were some choices to be made by the clerk, because we just didn't feel like picking anybody for any reason would be the way we'd want to go with our elections in Wyoming. We've held ourselves to a very high standard in Wyoming. Really proud of the fact that we've had very little happen here. Very little. And it's because we take this seriously. Our clerks take it seriously. When they select somebody on these canvassing boards, they testified to us that they take that very seriously. So handing this off to this other system that opens us up to what you just heard, man, that gives me heartburn, Mr. President. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, actually, in the bill on page 3, top of page 3, it talks about, current statute talks about receiving compensation for these election judges, and the next one is taking an oath of office. So my query to those who would advance or like this policy is, does it make sense that a non-governmental entity, i.e. a political party, would be able to appoint people who are going to receive public funds for compensation, one, and two, that they have to take an oath of office, which currently they do. What does that, do they take an oath of office similar to ours? I'm sure they're a constitutional oath of office, Or is in statute, there's a different oath of office for those folks who take this? So what I'm trying to get to is, how do you hold them accountable if they violate their oath of office, or if they do not fulfill their duties as could potentially be foreseen? Thank you, Mr. President. Anyone that could answer that that's on the bill, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Let's get some answers to those questions. Maybe? Anybody? Okay. Further discussion? All right. House Bill 144, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk will call the roll.
House Bill 144, third reading roll call. Anderson? No. No. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. No. Crago? No. Crum? No. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? No. French? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Olson? No. Pappas? No. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 144, 14 aye, 17 no.
House Bill 144, having failed to receive the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 144 has failed to pass the Senate. House Bill 183, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 183 engrossed, net metering amendment, sponsored by Representative Heiner, an act relating to electric utilities.
There is an amendment. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
House Bill 183, third reading amendment number 1 to engross copy, page 1, line 12, after.
Senator Driscoll, or Dockstetter, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move first reading amendment, third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 183. Members of the Senate, coming to you representing our co-ops, and again, full disclosure, I'm a member of a co-op and a board, but I feel like I'm representing a larger, broader vote. They had some concerns with this, and so they were addressing it, if we have to have the bill, addressing it through this amendment. I'll just explain to the body what we're doing here. Third reading amendment, line 11 after insert pursuant, we note that cooperative electric utilities are not subject to Public Service Commission rate regulation. They shall set the rates and terms for their customer generators separately from the non-customer generators. Then we delete the existing statute in 3717-104F. And then an explanation, members of the Senate. Because rural electric cooperatives are not for profit and owned and governed by those that are served, they're often referred to as their member owners that they serve because they own the co-op. 20 years ago, 13 of the 14 rural electric distribution cooperatives, by a vote of their member owners, voted overwhelmingly to get out of rate regulation by the Public Service Commission as prescribed under 3717-103. Then 104, the resolutions lay out the rules for notification of a rate adjustment, complaint procedures that include first going before the cooperative board. There's a process here. They go before the cooperative board if they're concerned about the rates, and the management for a full explanation for the reason for the rate adjustment. If the member owners are not satisfied with the explanation from their elected board of directors, they can file a complaint with the PSC. Co-ops are proud of the fact, though, that over the past 20 years, there have been maybe 3 to 5 instances when a customer has gone before the cooperative board for an explanation of a rate adjustment, and ultimately the complaints were satisfied and no complaint was taken to the PSC. Folks, this is a proven track record. It shows the co-ops do what's right for their members in setting their rates, be it residential, large commercial, or any other rate classes. And they will continue to do the same for their customer generators. By deleting 3717-104F, it would allow the co-ops to change, by deleting this section would allow the co-ops to charge new net metering or customer generators the appropriate rate, so as to avoid the cost shift to non-customer generators. So I bring this amendment on behalf of all those co-ops. They're saying if we move forward with this, they would like to have this support through this amendment, on and for the amendment.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment. I appreciate the attempt here, but this is a carefully balanced bill as it stands, and this upsets the balance significantly. I know that the co-ops think that they're going to take care of their customer generators. Customer generators disagree with that notion. I think that we've got a very good model, frankly. Yeah, I think it's a better model than a regulated utility. But in this instance, you have a very small amount of customers that are going to be subject to rate making by everybody, all the other customers in the co-op. And so it's kind of that age-old adage that democracy is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. I think that we need some PSC oversight here to ensure that those customer generators are protected. And, if it turns out to be okay, maybe we can repeal that at a later date. In fact, that was a proposal that was not agreed to by our public utilities. So here we have this rather blunt instrument of just exempting them from the bill. So on and against, like I said, this upsets the balance that we've struck with the bill so far. And, I was really excited to get something done in this area. If we vote no, we can still get something meaningful done for not just customer generators, but once again, as the bill stands, you have the opportunity to set different rates for those customer generators, which is a concession on the part of the customer generators. So we're really making progress here. This upsets it. I ask you vote no.
Thank you, Senator Boner. Senator Case, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rising in support of the proposed amendment. Mr. President, the co-ops kind of tried to go their own way on this last year, and they went to court. And one of those co-ops lost. And I could go into the details of it, but the essence was they weren't following the rate restrictions that we have in our law about net metering. And the court ruled in the case, and it was against an environmental group versus one of our co-ops. And the court ruled that the co-op had acted irresponsibly. And the reason I'm bringing this up is co-ops have existed in this area and saying, well, we don't really come under the rate law in this area because we have the freedom to set our own rates. And they have done a very good job, Mr. President, overall. But on this case with net metering, they had their thumb on the scale, and that's what the court ruled. So I think this is a great thing that recognizes we're going to let co-ops try this again. We have a court precedent that says you better follow the law about the relationship of the rates, but go out there and set them yourself. And I think it's a great balance. Mr. President, it's a time when we exactly need to do this. Because one thing you got to remember about co-ops, there's no stockholders. They all have to manage that cooperative and all the different rates for each other. And most of them don't have generation. So that's, it simplifies the question of the subsidies, Mr. President. Because what happens is people that have net metering systems on the co-op, they may produce a lot of generation or a lot of energy in the summer, don't produce any in the winter. Co-ops know exactly what the cost of electricity is in the summer and what the cost of electricity is in the winter, because they don't have to worry about their own generation and all those fixed costs. It actually is pretty simple, and it's pretty clear. And I think they're going to do a good job. I support this amendment. I really do. And if they don't do it right, there's this court precedence that just happened August 30th, 2024. It's going to kick their butt, Mr. President, so they're going to have to do it right. Support the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, actually, my query is for a clarification because I'm in the statutes online and I cannot find 3716-102B. So if it's in the bill in a standing committee amendment or another amendment, it's being created somewhere. Could the sponsors of the bill or someone who's following the bill more closely just point that out to me so I can get to it quickly and understand what this does, because I cannot find it in the Green Book or online. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Get somebody looking on that for you. Got a couple people that haven't gone for their second time yet. Senator Dockstader, you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, I'll probably need some help with that somewhere along the way. I would push back though on the part that it creates some kind of misbalance to the bill. This is actually brings the balance we're looking for as we deal with this topic that causes some concern. And just a quick note, the Supreme Court decision is what I understand was a ruling against the PSC and not the co-ops. But simply ask for your support that we step back in and add this balance to the bill. If we have to have this, then our co-ops, some 104,000 homes, businesses, and ranches across the state are looking for that support through this amendment.
Okay. We are voting on third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 183. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment has been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. I'm a no. 21 ayes. Yeah. All right. Third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 83 has been adopted. We're on third reading amendment number 2.
House Bill 183, third reading amendment number 2 to engross copy, corrected copy, delete.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would move third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 183. And Mr. President, this deals with the issue of aggregation. Recall that the function of this bill is to allow for installations of up to 200 megawatts. And the bill provided that you could have separate meters, each covering 200 kilowatt, please, I'm sorry. That's a little bit different. 200 kilowatt installations. So really there was no limit on the size of this. So what I'm saying is, no, let's walk before we can run. Let's just deal with one 200 kilowatt installation and not allow the aggregation. And that's Mr. President, that's 8 times our existing law. So it's a substantial increase in the ability to have these systems. But we're just saying, don't let them stack on top of each other with separate meters under the same rate. So that's what it does, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a question, and maybe I was misunderstanding, but when we looked at this, it was my understanding that the purpose of the aggregation was kind of to do the opposite, not to allow you to have 8 individual 200 kilowatt operations, but actually to allow you to have several different behind the meter entities that would aggregate towards 200 kilowatts. And this is a question, I don't know whether I'm understanding it originally correctly or not. So I'm asking at this point, maybe for clarification from the sponsor, was I mistaken on the intent of the aggregation portion of the statute?
Okay. Further discussion? Further discussion before the sponsor? All right. Oh, Senator Boner, last second.
Yeah, sorry, just to catch up on that. Yeah, I believe the idea is that, you would have an unlimited amount of meters. That's why, bottom of page 3, you have some restrictions there. And so, yeah, that's, I think that is the idea, is that you'd be able to have as many meters as you'd want with, each with up to 200 kilowatts. Yeah, correct. So, yeah, on against amendment, once again, Mr. President, here we go. Thought we had a solution here. Clearly, we're not going in that direction. So I guess we can have another interim topic here if that's the body's desire, but on against this amendment, it really further takes this bill out of whack and away from that careful balance that we had struck leading up to today.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Still not real clear. Are we saying that we have a single owner with 5 200 kW solar systems, and they have 5 different meters, and because of that, it still only falls under 200 kW? I mean, I don't get why we needed this, I guess, is my main question, is what is the purpose? What are we trying to do with this amendment? It seems like haven't heard a clear explanation. So could someone please explain the purpose of, if we have aggregated meters, just what exactly, aggregated in what way? On a single owner, on a single facility? I guess I'd like to know. And I'm not on or for it against at this point. I don't understand exactly clearly what it's doing. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator Cole. All right, anybody else before the sponsor? Okay, back to you, Senator Case, for your second time. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
I can understand you not wanting to give me one, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, here we are. I don't exactly have the answer to that. The utilities came to me and wanted this because they're worried about the upside aggregation. And I appreciate my good colleague who's saying, no, this is all about the downside allegation or aggregation. And I don't have an answer. But I know that if it's upside aggregation, that's a really big problem. That's unlimited and huge. If it's going the other way, that's a fixable problem, either in conference, to make it very clear. I mean, we're on third reading on this bill on the very last day, or we fix it next time. Because if the gentleman is right, it needs to be fixed. If the utilities are right to talk to me and ask me to do this, we need to close the loophole. And all I can do is give you my personal word that we need to make this more clear to allow for the downside version of that and not the upside. And if this bill doesn't do it, this amendment doesn't do it, I'm going to help you to get there. My word's as good as I can give you, Mr. President. And right now, we don't have more information than that. So I ask you to support the amendment, and let's move on. And I commit that if the good senator from the Ivory Towers more correct, we're going to fix that. All I can do.
Okay. We're voting on third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 183. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. We are on third reading amendment number 3.
House Bill 183, third reading amendment number 3 to engross copy, corrected copy, page 4 after line 3 in.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 183. And fellow senators, after we moved an amendment onto the bill in committee of the whole, which grandfathered in these customer generators out for an additional year beyond what we even knew might be constructed or might take place. I just started getting heartburn thinking, how can we grandfather in what we don't even know is going to exist? So I reached out to my good friend from downriver and indicated that I thought maybe we ought to take his good amendment completely off of there. But in the spirit of the Wyoming Senate, we decided we would just split the difference. So that's what this amendment does, Mr. President. It does give a little bit of consideration to those customer generators, but it also gives some consideration to the producers. And so we back it up halfway, and so that's what this language does. You'll notice it is a corrected copy, so I want to make sure you're looking at that. And this is a January 1st date versus the following July. I think that'll give enough time to clear things up, Mr. President, and then we're not grandfathering in things we don't know are even going to exist. So hope you'll support the amendment.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and for the amendment. Appreciate my colleague from upriver working with me on this one. This is important because if you have a July 1st effective date, then it's right in the middle of construction season where a lot of folks are building these systems. So January 1st was a reasonable compromise. I appreciate there's at least one amendment here on third reading that that we try to work together on.
All right. Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just the explanation on what does this exactly mean? Is this a working system by that date, or is this under contract by that date? Could somebody please help me out with the details of what that would mean for, I guess, in this case, not being a taking? Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, anybody else? Anybody else for the sponsor? Okay, back to you, Senator Landon.
Mr. President, I kind of took a few of the words for when we get back on the bill, so I won't go too far with this, but frankly, I'm not sure what it all entails. And that's part of the concern in my mind, but I cannot answer exactly what was meant, you know, by grandfathering for the year. Backing it up 6 months, I'm still not quite sure exactly what we're talking about here. Things that are in production, things that are already mapped out, I'm not sure, Mr. President, and I'm sorry I can't answer that.
Okay. We're voting on third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 183. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Motion carries. The amendment has been adopted. We are on third reading amendment number 4.
House Bill 183, third reading amendment number 4 to engross copy, page 4 after line 3N.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 183 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. So this goes into the grandfather clause that we were just discussing. It makes an important change. Currently, the grandfather clause is only effective for the customer themselves. And so in a circumstance, say you put a solar system on your residence or as an industrial use, and you sell it later, all of a sudden the grandfather clause does not apply. This changes it to based off the system. So if you do sell your house, sell your industrial facility, whatever the case may be, then the grandfather clause still applies. Grandfather clause being the requirement that the rates remain the same that we got rid of in the third or in the committee of the whole. So it's a question of what exact or how the grandfather clause applies. If we want to make it consistent with the system itself, not just the customer, then vote for this amendment. You know, I think this is really important given all the other actions that we have placed on this bill here today to give some reason for our customer generators to still support this bill. So I ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. definitely on and against. The beauty of that amendment that we had in the beginning of this bill development was that, in fact, when you did sell your house as an individual, it would not continue on. So it's a matter of fairness. To me, I don't think it's fair. I think, you know, these people are taking advantage of a net metering situation that exists right now. I've never thought it was fair to anyone, especially the current users. And to continue that ability in the years to come just continues the unfairness. So for me, I absolutely don't like this at all. I don't think it's fair, and I think it's not fair to the ratepayers. And this whole net metering debate we've had for years, and it's just not going to, it's a continuation of a disparity to me, who doesn't have a system like this, and to anyone else who doesn't have a system like this. This is an opportunity to stop this, to stop it. Let people enjoy the investment they've made in a term when they're in the house, and they've made that. That's the grandfather part of this. That's the fair part of this. This isn't fair. It's not fair to the ratepayers. And so on and against the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. On for the amendment, and I definitely understand all of the sentiments that was just expressed and the concerns about fairness, and I think they're accurate, candidly. I think the challenge, though, with going with customer generator versus the system which this amendment would propose, is that we've had a long-established policy in place, and people have bought systems based on the existing policy that's in place, and they have an expectation that the value of that system will be maintained. Without this amendment, the bill itself is a bit of a rug pull. It allows, you can imagine a situation, Mr. President, and this is reasonable, where an individual spends, we'll say, $50,000 on a system, substantial amount of money on a system. Their expectation is that over time that would pay itself back, and it's a $50,000 asset that's associated with their property, with their home, or whatever they've got it associated with. So when they sell, they're selling their home based on a $50,000 asset attached to their home, and they've got an associated overall value. If we don't adopt this amendment, that asset is substantially depreciated on the moment of sale. And while it's fair from a forward-looking standpoint, it's not fair from the standpoint of what this grandfathering provision is really supposed to do, and that's to hold harmless those individuals that have already bought systems. This amendment, Mr. President, truly does hold them harmless. The burden on the system right now for producers that are utilizing net metering is relatively insignificant. I'm not saying it's entirely insignificant, but it's not going to break the system. I think the purpose of this legislation and the purpose of trying to fix the problem is a forward-looking consideration. If it expands massively, then it really is detrimental to the ratepayers of the system. This amendment isn't going to hurt. It's not going to break anything, but it really would significantly hurt those individuals that have already made investments. So on this one, I think it's appropriate for us to adopt this particular amendment and look out for those individuals so that we don't end up having what is effectively a takings through a change in statute where we erode the value, perhaps $10,000 worth of takings through a statutory change, when we don't have to do that. There's no reason to. This simple amendment solves that potential takings problem, and I don't want us to be in a situation where we're doing a takings. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody else? Let's go to Senator Case in the back first.
Mr. President, thank you. I'd like us to support this amendment. You know, Mr. President, this is fair. If you make a decision to put this on your house, you need to evaluate your lifetime in that house, Mr. President. I don't see how you can think that it would be a takings if when you sold your house, you had to continue the arrangement that you had cut. And let's be clear, there's a lot of subsidies here, Mr. President. You get a tax break from the federal government for making an installation. You also get subsidized by the rest of the ratepayers. And Mr. President, if you live in Cheyenne, you get subsidized more than other places in Wyoming because Cheyenne has relatively high rates. And so, Mr. President, if you have a big house and you use an average amount of electricity, and then the ratepayers, under a net metering scenario, could be subsidizing you, just by average numbers, of over $1,100 a year, Mr. President, that you get to enjoy to benefit your system that comes not from the utility, Mr. President, it comes from your neighbors who don't have these systems. That's not fair. But we're reaching out and saying that you get to keep that for as long as you live in your house and own that system, Mr. President, have at it. That's fair. What's not fair is that you can capitalize that drain on the other ratepayers and turn it over to someone else and let them continue to drain over time. That's wrong. That's not fair. Mr. President, other parts of Wyoming, it's not quite as much money, but it's probably more than $650 per year. So these people that say, well, it's a tiny amount of money, it's a tiny amount of money. That's not fair. It's being collected. A significant amount of money is distorting your decision to have this on your roof, and it's being collected not from the utility, but from other ratepayers. That's a problem, Mr. President. It's not a takings for you to have enjoyed all those advantages and to take money from your other ratepayers to do that. This takings argument is foolhardy. Mr. President, this is common sense, it's fair, and it's a significant amount of money. And the final point, Mr. President, is that the people that have these systems tend to be higher income, bigger houses, higher consumers of electricity, so those average amounts that I've talked about may not even apply. It could be higher than that. Whereas poor people, Mr. President, poor people that live in apartments, that can't afford to build these systems, they're the ones that they're being taken from, Mr. President. That's your takings. I hope you support me on this, Mr. President, and resist this amendment. Vote no.
Okay, Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to continue on with the idea of a taking. There's no taking. When you make the investment, you get to enjoy the benefits of what you've invested in. No one's taking anything from you. I think that you're protected, but I wanted to add something that I didn't mention, is that if you have a corporate entity that has a solar farm somewhere, let's just say we're going to call that your generation point, that continues on. A corporation's an entity, and that will not go away. And I think that's the balance that I see with this. So the largest institutions that would have these very 200 kW systems would most likely be a business of some sort, some incorporated, let's just say. It has a status to it that even though the business sells, they continue to have that benefit. And that will continue in perpetuity, I would assume, until they change the business and it turned into something else. But the business lives on as it was formed. And so they would receive this benefit in perpetuity. And that's the balance to this original language. This changes it when it comes to the individual homeowner. So still on and against the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Dockstader.
Before we go back to the sponsor, this makes absolutely no sense. Purchasing a home, you get grandfathered in, you purchase the grandfathered agreement. This makes no sense. We're blurring the lines on and against the amendment.
Okay. Back to you, Senator Boner. Oh, wait, Senator Rothfuss for your second time.
Thanks, Mr. President. I don't think it's quite into the foolhardy and nonsense land. The idea that if you have an investment that you make and the state takes an action and it degrades the value significantly of your investment, to call that a takings. It is a choice. The legislature can do that, but that's effectively what you've done. And I'm not saying the system was set up fairly to begin with. I get that. I can't disagree with anything that was stated about the unfairness of the system. But the idea, Mr. President, that we fight unfairness with unfairness just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. That we come in after the fact when our constituents have invested in these systems and spent significant amounts of money with an expectation that they would have a certain value, and that value would be potentially depreciated over time, but it would have a value. And then through this action, we diminish that value. And what we heard about the description of how significant the change can be tells us how significant the change in value for that asset can be. You can be substantially eroding the asset value. Mr. President, I don't have an easy way to calculate that, but if we're kicking off half of the return on investment that the individual is taking, and we're eroding it by $1,000 in this community and potentially $625 elsewhere in the state, then you can expect that over a 20-year lifetime, we're talking about diminishing the value of the asset by $20,000 or $10,000. That's pretty straightforward. So, Mr. President, again, I fully understand the motivation. I fully understand the intrinsic unfairness of the system as it stands right now. But the idea that we're going to remedy the current unfairness by instead reducing the value of an investment of those that previously made a choice under the old system when they thought everything was going to be just fine also is unfair. Grandfathering this and supporting the amendment is an appropriate step to ensure that we're holding harmless those that previously, in good faith, with a belief that they were doing the right thing and investing for their future, will continue to maintain the value of that investment, while we don't continue that problem into the future by providing a remedy through the bill, Mr. President.
Okay. Anybody else before the sponsor? Senator Boner, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. On for the amendment, Mr. President. I think I'm beginning to understand why it's next to impossible to get something done on this important subject. We have to take into account the folks who are affected by this, and we can have very strong opinions about what's fair, what's not fair, but at the end of the day, it seems like whatever's fair is just what's ever in one entity's or the other's best interest. So let's talk about being as consistent as we can for the people who are affected. In this case, I think my colleague from Albany County hit it right nail on the head. Whether it's a takings or not, if you make an investment in your property, you do so, I imagine most people, with the expectation that that increases the value of your property well into the future. Without this amendment, what we're doing is we're pulling the rug out from underneath those people. So let's vote for this amendment. Let's restore a little bit of balance to this bill. Let's see if we can't either get something that could get across the finish line, or it could be a good start for the interim or next session. Let's vote for this amendment.
Okay. We're voting on third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 183. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Sounds like the noes have it. Anybody want a division? Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, 17 ayes. The amendment, less than 17, okay. Third reading amendment number 4 has been adopted. Oh, look at that, we're out of amendments. Ellen, I got your folder all messed up here. Okay. Discussion on the bill, Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, feels like it was late Friday night when we heard this last, so I guess I'd like to know what the bill actually does now. We've adopted 4 amendments, I think. So what is the net effect of this bill for those of us who are really trying to understand and track it in and understand the consequences to our communities, to those, my neighbors? Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody want to sort this thing out? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm on this bill. I think that the intent of this bill has been destroyed, and so I'm going to be a no vote on this bill. I just wanted to let you guys know that. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to Senator Boner next.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So just to summarize, and vote down at this point, Mr. President, but the basic premise of this bill is that we're going to allow for a new class of customer generators in the net metering space. So that you can have up to a 200 kilowatt system, and that's it. No aggregating, no stacking, nothing like that. So what one customer generator can have up to 200 kilowatts worth of what I would describe as light industrial generation capacity. Starting January 1st of 2026, we will begin to allow different rates for those customer generators. This has been part of the long-standing discussion that these customer generators, when they hook up to the system, they benefit from the reliability of the system, but they don't have to pay the base costs associated with the infrastructure. This bill allows, now starting January 1st, for the PSC to make different rates, and now separately, the co-ops to make different rates without PSC oversight. So that's what the bill does. That grandfather period and that new policy after applies to everybody, both residential and commercial alike. And so that's what the bill does. Mr. President, we've had lots of discussions about this topic for years. We're still in some sort of middle ground area. But like I said, vote up or vote down. I suspect that what we've done here today will make it very difficult to get past the finish line, but that might be up to other folks in this building. So make your own choice.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Boner. Anybody else before we vote? Senator Case.
Mr. President, this is a big step in the right direction. I ask you to support it. I think my colleague is exactly right. I'll tell you what it does. For the first time, we're saying that our policy is going forward is that we're going to try to get to fair rates, meaning that we're not going to ask other customers to subsidize new systems. That's a huge victory. That's good for utilities. It's good for utility customers. It's good for customers that provide these subsidies. I'm not going to vote no on this bill. I'm going to vote aye. I lost a little fight about the grandfathering. You all saw that. Close fight. But I know when it's time to take a positive step forward. And this bill presents that. And it makes it possible for all my green friends out there that think I'm the devil incarnate on this issue, Mr. President. This allows for new and bigger solar installations to be developed and attached to the grid. It allows us to move forward. It begins the process maybe down the road of having things like other kinds of generation being brought into the grid, Mr. President. It's a definite step in the right direction. And the fact that we're saying no more new subsidies, that there's going to be a date certain on the grandfathering, even if I lost and you can sell your system, have at it, Mr. President. You can sell your system to the next guy and the next guy and the next guy. Well, that's better than what we got now, because it's a wild, wild west now, and at least we have a known number of systems under the subsidy. And so, Mr. President, I hope you'll support this bill. I hope my colleagues will support this bill. It's a step in the right direction. It's fair. And for all the people out there that have these systems, they'll be, under this bill, this proposal, the last amendment, they'll be able to sell them. And the new owners will enjoy the subsidies. We move the needle a lot. Sometimes you gotta realize that we've done something good. And then you gotta finish up third reading and go home. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. He's not the devil after all. Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Well, after the bill's gotten 2 black eyes and a cut above the forehead, it's still a lot better than what we had. I am in support of this bill, even not because it's perfect, but we did work out compromises here in this body, and I think we've moved the needle. We moved the needle in the right direction. And if this is what it takes to compromise to get us where we need to be, then I'm supportive of this bill, and I ask the body to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody else? Further discussion? Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there's been a lot of good work done on all this, but we still, as you can tell by the discussion tonight, there's still a lot of issues. I have my doubts. I have my doubts that we're there yet, but we have amendments in there that protect our co-ops and so forth, and that's crucial. I don't know where I'll be, because I'm not sure that we can't, if we could take something like this and go into the interim, do a little more in-depth study, a little more work, we might find a solution. We're getting closer. So I'm in doubt that we're there yet with this bill.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, I share those sentiments of my desk mate. This came in as a pretty carefully balanced bill, I thought. And I'm kind of like the senator from Campbell County. I can't figure out all of what we're up to here. I mean, we jumped around. I was a little bit confused on that last vote, but I felt like maybe we ought to grandfather it in, but I know that the producers are not nuts about that. I'm just not quite sure if this bill is there either. And it just feels like to me there's unfinished business in here. So I'm to the point, Mr. President, I don't think I can support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Further discussion on the bill? Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I brought bills in this area for maybe 10 years. Last year, Mr. President, I proposed it as an interim topic. I was outmaneuvered in Management Council, which happens all the time, but there was even a deal that the Corporations Committee couldn't even take this up. It was a motion that was made because it's just been so contentious and so tough to move the needle. Sometimes you got to move the needle a little bit, and I do think this isn't quite perfect, and I already committed. I really am a person that will commit with my good colleague from the Ivy Tower on that one issue about the aggregation. But Mr. President, this is such a step in the right direction. And you can go home and say you protected all those people that have solar installations on their roofs right now. You protected them, you did a good job. Hold your head high. That's the most important thing. But we know that new ones, after the grandfather date, are going to have to be more fair and compensatory. And the Public Service Commission will determine rates for those new systems. That's 2 victories. One, you go home and tell them, you get to keep your system. And we didn't mess with it. 2, you get to say, from now on, going forward, we're going to try to do a better job so that other customers are no longer harmed. And you can look those other customers in the eye and say, we protected you. It's a win-win, Mr. President. Both sides got protection. Come on, you guys. Vote aye.
All right. Since you're ready for the question, House Bill 183 having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, House Bill 183, Anderson? Aye. Barlow? No. Boner? Aye. Brennan? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? No. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? No. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Smith? Scott, aye. Thank you. Smith? No. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? McEwen? Aye to no. Closing vote. Larson? Aye to no. Closing vote closed. House Bill 183, 15 aye, 16 no.
House Bill 183, having failed to receive the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 183 has failed to pass the Senate. Do we need a break before we do this monstrosity, or? Madam Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we stand in recess for 15 minutes, 7:05.
Sounds
You
good.
can vote no. 7:05, 15 minutes.
All right, motion is to stay in a recess 15 minutes to give our staff a break. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate will stay in recess for 15 minutes. So now we'll come back to order. We're back on third reading. Last bill of the year. House Bill 259, will the reading clerk, third reading of the House Bill.
House Bill 259, Supplemental K-12 School Facilities Appropriations 2, sponsored by the Appropriations Committee, an act relating to school building and facility projects.
Thank you. There are amendments. Would the reading clerk please read in the first amendment?
House Bill 259, third reading amendment number 1 to engross copy, page 5, line 23, in.
Thank you, Randy. Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 259. Honorable members, this is a technical amendment from LSO to the Standing Committee amendment. And what it simply does is that it deletes 2024 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 18, Section 313, number 2, and replaces it with 2024 Wyoming Section Law, Chapter 18, Section 313, number 3. So we're just changing it from a 2 to the 3. It's a technical amendment. I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Discussion? Seeing none. We're voting on third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 259. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. The amendment has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 2.
House Bill 259, third reading amendment number 2 to engross copy, delete.
Senator Barlow.
Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 259 and ask for the body's consideration. So members, I know we've had this discussion about this particular high school in my community twice now. I'm not going to belabor it. I'm just going to tell you what the amendment does, when I've tried to strike some balance for your consideration. This does strike, so Mr. President, it strikes the standing committee amendment, and then it goes and further deletes and further amends, inserting that it brings back the standing committee amendment. This is in the amendment A to A. This is a transportation facility. So this was provided for in the standing committee amendment. So there's no change here. The next thing it does is go down in B and C, and this is a change from the standing committee amendment. This is how the bill actually came from the other body, with some nuance to it. So the B, Mr. President, allows for the initiation of activity, construction, design and construction going forth this year, effective immediately. And Mr. President, the community, the board will be approving the design team next week at their board meeting. And based on the timeline that's been proposed to the board by this design team that has been selected by the administration, they can have the first part of the bidding process will be the end of this year, 2025, with construction activity that will get them to a site-ready spot within the year, within the next 12 months. So that's why this $20 million gets us to a building pad, Mr. President. All the necessary things that need to be done to get us to that point is in this $20 million. Thank you, Mr. President. So next, Mr. President, is subsection C, page 1 of the amendment, 34, line 34 and beyond. This is the second stage, or second and third phase, actually, of the construction, Mr. President. This is the building of the school and the demolition of the old school, and then the necessary adjustments that need to be made with that. That will take place, Mr. President, based on the timeline beginning in early June 26 and going on. But Mr. President, because of the timing, what we want to do is have as seamless a transition as we do from this first phase into the second phase. So Mr. President, what this does is take that second tranche, I hate to use that word, for some folks, give them some little PTSD, Mr. President, but the second half of, or the rest of the funds, the $130 million, you can see it on line 38, and says you have access to this after March 15th, 2026. So that's what this amendment does. I'll be glad to stand for questions. I think we know what the issue is. We know, and the comment has always been, we're going to fund this school. Mr. President, I would respect that this funds the school. It does not change the fiscal profile. I can't do that without going to the next fiscal year, which would delay construction at least another year to 18 months. But I'd ask for your favorable consideration of this amendment. Be glad to stand for questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Crum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm for the amendment. I think this strikes a really good middle ground on this thing. It allows the school to go forward, and at the same time, the Senate can oversee it. So I'm for the amendment and appreciate the bringer bringing it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Crum. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. President, thank you. I echo that remark. Great kudos to Yakety Yak up there that wrote the middle ground and got it done really well. This strikes as good a balance as I've seen. This was really a tough issue. I think it got it the right place. We're going to get it done and get it done the right way. I'd encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Dockstader.
Full support, Mr. President, and maybe the good sponsor has actually maybe given us an example of how to get things done in a expedited and timely and manner that's full of wisdom and approach. Full support of this amendment.
Thank you. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I just want to share my support and work with the sponsor of this bill and let the public know there's so much interest in this bill and so much, I think, maybe unnecessary heartache of watching the legislative process and what that looks like when we're crafting really thoughtful legislation and understanding that we actually have the facts in front of us that they need. As we know, and as the public needs to know, our concerns over state funding of schools is significant and serious. But that doesn't mean we don't support the funding and building of new schools for our children. And so how we get to those results while being fiscally responsible requires deliberate and careful and thoughtful decision-making that sometimes can be hard for the public to appreciate or understand as we take these hard steps. But we do get there, we do achieve those results, maybe not on the timelines that everyone wants, but we do get there. So I thank the sponsor for working with me on many of my concerns and working with the Senate on getting this to where it is. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, I think this is a great example of making sausage. And we've done a great job of making sausage, and we have a good product coming out on and for this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Senator McEwen.
On and for the amendment. It's time to get this done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, we're voting on third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 259. There is an appropriation. Roll call is required. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 259. Roll call. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Aye. Boner? No. No. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Aye. Crago? Aye. Aye. Crum? Aye. Aye. Dockstader? Aye. Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Aye. French? No. No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 24 aye, 7 no.
Third reading amendment number 2 has been adopted. Third reading amendment number 3.
House Bill 259, third reading amendment number 3 to engross copy, page 5, line 23 in.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, absent objection, I would withdraw third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 259.
All right, hearing no objection, third reading number 3 has been withdrawn. We are on third reading amendment number 4.
House Bill 259, third reading amendment number 4 to engross copy, page 1, line 5 after.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 259. Folks, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to have to kind of read it because of the way it lays out. I usually just explain it. This one's a little bit off of that. Notwithstanding other provisions of law, you guys can all read, goes through. Basically what it does is creates a study for the State Construction Department to take a look, folks, at whether we have our school facilities be owned by the state and the major maintenance done by them. That's kind of in a nutshell. I started reading it, but by the time I stumbled through it, it wasn't going to work very well. But this is a study. It doesn't make them do it, so not to panic districts out there. We're going to take a look at the feasibility of the state owning these facilities and actually doing the major maintenance on them. So kind of the key part of it is begins in July 22 and ends in 26. No later than October 1, 2025, and October 1 thereafter till October 31, facilities decision. School Facilities Commission shall report to the Joint Appropriations Committee and Select Committee on School Facilities any findings, recommendations, result of this study, include any proposed statutory amendments necessary for operationalized direct expenditures by the State Construction Department for major building facility repair and replacement of all K-12 school facilities. Folks, this is a fairly major policy look. I think it's a great step in a great first run. I'd stand for question, ask for your favorable consideration.
Discussion on the amendment. Let's go to Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I'm going to have to put this in a little context and range a little widely to do it, Mr. President, but strictly on the amendment. Mr. President, recall the discussion committee of the whole on this bill. Our school capital construction system is broken. It doesn't work. We've known that for some time. It really doesn't work. We are spending at a rate that we cannot possibly stand, Mr. President, over time. We are spending in a way that's going to guarantee a tax increase sooner or later. And this bill itself may break that back and force a tax increase. We have spent, since the Campbell decision, including what we're doing here tonight, $3.4 billion. We'll be spending at the rate of about, will be over $300 million a biennium with this bill. We don't have the coal lease bonus that anymore that financed a lot of that spending. It's gone, not coming back. We have been unable to resist the spending, and Mr. President, everybody can make their own estimate as to how much of that was really needed. My estimate is that about 2/3 of it was not. Nice to have. But I don't think it was really helping the quality of the education that our children are getting at all. Mr. President, we need to do something. I have brought to the Senate floor twice now constitutional amendment to try to fix the problem. Passed here once, 2018, Mr. President, was killed by special interests. Never got any further beyond the Senate. Tried it again this year, 3 votes short. I have always said, Mr. President, that the key need is fixing the problem, that I've always hoped that somebody would bring a solution that doesn't require a constitutional amendment. Because a statute is a lot easier to pass than a constitutional amendment, Mr. President. This amendment, yes, it's only a study, but it is the first time I've really seen a suggestion for how do we fix the system that is broken. And, you know, we've heard an awful lot, Mr. President, about schools that have been just let go so they could build new ones. This amendment is trying to fix that problem, fix some of the other things, get control over what's really going on here. So, Mr. President, this is one piece of this bill that I think might do some good going forward. I don't know whether it'll work or not. I don't know what the study's going to show. But at least it's an effort to fix the problem that we have been unable to fix. So, Mr. President, I strongly urge the Senate to adopt this particular amendment.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm on and for this amendment too. It's the only part of this that I like as well. And I just want to commend the good speaker over there from Bates Creek on his comments. He's absolutely right. We're going to have a tax increase if we stay down this path. And that's what I'm down here for, is to avoid that. So be careful about voting for this bill right here, because it may feel good right now and everybody back home will pat you on the back, but trouble down the road. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as we talked about this bill the last several days, I heard the concerns on this floor. I heard the concerns that you had, Mr. President. And we tried to come up with a mechanism to actually inform ourselves and inform our future colleagues about what that challenge is. And this is where we came to. This is maybe not as far as some wanted to go, but at least we're starting to be more informed about the challenges we have. Mr. President, if we do our preventive work better, our major maintenance better, we maybe have less of the major construction that we have to. That can save us money. So this is an attempt to examine that and then find out where we can make those necessary tweaks, policy adjustments, et cetera, that can get us to a place where we avoid those excessive costs or continued costs and potentially having to look for revenue. So, Mr. President, I thank you for pushing a little bit on this issue. This is not maybe as far as you wanted to go, but I think this gives us a solid place to start actually engaging with our community, with educators, and saying, look, there's a real cost to doing this, to what we're doing. How do we actually manage it all better? And what role can the state play a more active role in that? So on and for amendment, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, just real quickly, I wanted to rise in support as well. I think honestly, I look forward to a lot of education going on out across. We have an outstanding state construction department, outstanding division on the school facilities front, and I think they can help us to lift this first piece. You know, this is a big policy choice that the former president alluded to. But we can do it. We can go in a different direction. And along the way, I think we're going to learn a great deal, a lot, Mr. President. You spent the last 2 years on school facilities. There's a lot to gather out there, a lot to understand, a lot of misunderstandings. But great amendment. I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Scott, for your second time.
Yeas and nays, please.
Yeas and nays have been called. Any further discussion? Seeing none, We're voting on third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 259. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 259. Anderson? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Prego? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 4, 31 aye.
Third reading amendment number 4 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Discussion on the bill, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 4, just wanted first to answer a question that came up earlier in this discussion. And you have it on your desk. Seemed like it would put it out days ago, but it really was just this morning. The other part of this bill was the $29,832,000 for component projects. And the question was asked, how many of these projects are being done this year? How many of these projects are being done out? Well, we took a look, and eight of the 15, there's 17 projects on this list. 8 are approved, or 8 are scheduled to be completed this summer. 2 are to be worked on this summer and next. And the rest, the other 5, were for parts, and we got in testimony that a couple of the parts are over 400 days out on lead time to get. So the parts, and then when they come in, then the project will be done. The last 2 on the list, once again, as I know you all know, that number 29 million is a total number for all the projects. If the bids came in lower, the projects 16 and 17 would be done next summer, but they're not really anticipated because I think the money will go to those top 15. So I just wanted to get that question answered. Our school construction department really does work hard at this. All these projects, like I say, are in the pipe for this year and next. Second, with regards to the amendments, and I fought pretty vigorously on these as a member of your Appropriations Committee, but I think that the 2 amendments that came together, the first and the second, really brought it together. That plus, Mr. President, I was one saying, don't worry, we're gonna approve it next year, don't worry about it. And of course, I got told how many times we've broken that promise. This morning, when the stock market went down by 700 points, I started thinking to myself, well, maybe we might have a little trouble. So I think that the First Amendment was well brought. So on and for, wanted to get that question answered. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Drew. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I don't want to take any time. The good senator from Bates Creek wants to get up again, but I did want to offer to answer questions regarding 2 other major projects, one in Sweetwater County, one in Teton County. Our school facilities division reached out with the following information. In Sweetwater, the board next Monday will go to the commission on, let me start that over. They will go to the commission March 19th and 20th with their Mercer, the design of that high school over there, which dovetails in with the satellite school that you might remember. They're at 30 to 35%, so well underway to getting that Mercer put to bed, and that coincides with the work on design. Teton, same thing. We are in part to blame on that front because we requested a security vestibule on that high school. It's old enough that it doesn't have one, Mr. President, and so that's part of the delay. The Mercer is coming though, and they anticipate by mid-March that Mercer should be all set to go, and I hope that helps to explain that things are moving along actually pretty well on those two projects. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, on and against the bill. Mr. President, there's a good piece in this bill. It's the amendment we just passed, but that's something, Mr. President, the Management Council can perfectly well do. And with an overwhelming Senate vote for it, I think the Management Council would do. So that's not a saving grace in the bill. Useful amendment, but we'll get it, we can get it another way. The question is, are we going to continue just spend and spend and spend until we force the tax increase? Further question, Mr. President, is this going to do any good for the education of the children? And I will submit to you that they will be educated next year and 5 years from now just as well, whether we pass or fail this bill, Mr. President. But it was pointed out, the stock market went down, what, 700 points this morning? The price of oil has been down under $70 a barrel. Our two of our three most important revenue sources are in trouble. We are spending money that we really don't have an ongoing source for. We're just spending through the reserves. Mr. President, if I'm here when the chickens come home to roost on this one, I'm not going to feel obliged to vote for the tax increases. They'll pass because they'll have to. And all of us will get to pay them. And I'll get to pay them whether I was here to vote against them or not. But this is a bill that is guaranteeing us that we're going down that road, on and against the bill.
Thank you. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, I'll tell the other side of the story, Mr. President, and it's really interesting. I encourage all of you to go pick up the recent court case. I've been sitting at the back of the room with a marker. This school is in it in a very large way. Like it or not, we probably have done some schools that weren't very necessary. This is one that's absolutely necessary. It's not a usable school. It is not a usable school. So if you want to choose to ignore it, it's a little like the Fram oil filter. I'm guessing it will come back, and it'll come back with a vengeance. This is one that's an absolute necessity. It's time to do it. We may look at something going forward or going in a different direction. But this school isn't one that you can ignore at this point. Any of you that have been out there, I encourage you, whether you like it or not, to go tour it. It's a 50-plus-year-old school. I went there for state student council, and it wasn't a new school then, 40-plus years ago. It was built in a time that we weren't doing great construction in the state, and it's past time, antique, and time for a new one. But if you really honestly look at the next level of it, how many times, what are the court cases we've heard, what are they named? This will lead to another court case that will probably put us in a corner that puts you on a tax in an even worse trajectory. Do the right thing, build the school, start setting policies. This bill has a piece of it in it. Set policies to go the right direction. But don't try to bury your head in the sand and think that you can get by without doing anything. We already know the outcome of that. We've done it 4 or 5 times. Vote for the bill. Let's start working on how we get on a path that we don't get into a problem. But let's not make our problem worse by killing a bill now.
Senator Crum.
Mr. President, I'm for this bill. This bill will save us money. I agree that we've got to look at the way we fund our schools and how we're doing it, because where we're going doesn't work. But not to do this bill is penny wise and pound foolish. When you look at the projects on here, roofs, let's don't fix a roof and see what happens when it leaks and what it's going to cost. Sewers, when they back up. HVAC, when we got kids getting sick because our HVAC's not working. This bill will save us money now. We're going to spend a little money now, but it's going to save us a bunch of money in the future. Let's don't be penny wise and pound foolish by not approving this bill today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. We done? Okay. Question being called. House Bill 259, having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, House Bill 259. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Boner? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Craigo? Aye. Crum? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. French? No. Garou? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Olson? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Pearson? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Smith? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Beitman?
No.
No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 259, 23 aye, 8 no.
House Bill 259, having received affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, House Bill 259 has passed the Senate. Signing of enrolled acts. Senate Enrolled Act number 81.
Senate Enrolled Act number 81, being original Senate File 32, Unpaved Roads, Speed Limits Amendments, an act relating to speed limits.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 81, being original Senate File 32. I have so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 82.
Senate Enrolled Act number 82, being original Senate File 196, Second Amendment Protection Act Amendments, an act relating to the protection of constitutional rights.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 82, being original Senate File 196. I have so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 83.
Senate Enrolled Act number 83, being original Senate File 22, Ground for Termination of Parental Rights Guardianship, an act relating to children.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 83, being original Senate File 22. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 84.
Senate Enrolled Act number 84, being original Senate File 70, Investment Modernization State Non-Permanent Funds, an act relating to public funds.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 84, being original Senate File 70. I have so signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 85.
Senate Enrolled Act number 85, being original Senate File 104, Probate Code Revisions, an act relating to the probate code.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 85, being original Senate File 104. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 86.
Senate Enrolled Act number 86, being original Senate File 167, Board of Chiropractic Examiners, Criminal History Records, an act relating to professions and occupations.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 86, being original Senate File 167. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 87.
Senate Enrolled Act number 87, being original Senate File 107, Non-Compete Agreements Prohibited, an act relating to miscellaneous contracts and actions.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 87, being original Senate File 107. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 88.
Senate Enrolled Act number 88, being original Senate File 101, Post-Conviction DNA Testing Procedure Amendments, an act relating to criminal procedure.
Now I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 88, being original Senate File 101. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 89.
Senate Enrolled Act number 89, being original Senate File 171, Boundary Survey Amendments, an act relating to cities and towns.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 89, being original Senate File 171. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 90.
Senate Enrolled Act number 90, being original Senate File 160, Treatment Courts Amendments 2, an act relating to courts.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 90, being original Senate File number 160. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 91.
Senate Enrolled Act number 91, being original Senate File 91, Petrograph and Historic Inscription Protection, an act relating to crimes and offenses and state lands.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 91, being original Senate File 91. That never happens. So signed. Senate Enrolled Act number 92.
Senate Enrolled Act number 92, being original Senate File 125, Defining Healthcare and Protecting the People's Welfare, an act relating to the Wyoming Constitution, statutes, and rules of construction.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 92, being original Senate File 125. So signed. All right. Yeah. That. Any messages? All right. Excuse me. Madam Majority Floor Leader, I'm dying. That clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move that we stand adjourned until Wednesday, March 5th, 2025, at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Any announcements? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two announcements. Your Joint Conference Committee regarding House Bill 47, Secretary of State expedited filings, will be meeting with our counterparts tomorrow 3/5 at noon in W113. And your Joint Conference Committee regarding Senate File 17, Carbon Dioxide Enhanced Oil Recovery Stimulus, will be meeting with the folks down the hall tomorrow 3/5 at 1 p.m. in W110.
Thank you, Senator. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder, the Joint Ag Committees will meet tomorrow upon noon recess in Capitol Extension Room 6. I said earlier 5. I was Wrong. Room 6 and online to discuss interim topics. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator French. Any other announcements? Seeing none, you've all heard the majority floor leader's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, March 5th.